proved his talent in 60 telefilms and 6 web series. He has been conducting various workshops for film schools and institutions across India. He holds the Filmfare Awards for his notable contribution in feature film, Poring and Mayar Jonjal. So I welcome you, sir. So the floor is now yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, a very common thing nowadays is that almost everybody, uh, even a child, has a mobile phone, and so we see this explosion of images on social media. There are also people who do a lot of vlogging. Uh, Most of them are habituated to shoot that on their mobile phones, but I also see a lot of vloggers and small time filmmakers, YouTubers, who are also using uh, DSLR cameras. So since I don't actually know the background of all the participants to the extent how much they know about the technology. So I will start with the basics and try to give them an idea as to uh, how the image is being created and what are the differences. Meaning to say that if I'm using a mobile phone and if I'm using a DSLR camera, what are the differences uh, in the image which can either make it better or worse, or what are the limitations, because that is one important thing for everybody to understand. Whatever uh, uh, equipment you are using, if you know the limitations, then it is perfectly possible to create uh, brilliant images, and you can tell your story. Doesn't matter if you don't have high end equipment. So let me start off with my training. I was not trained in the digital medium. In our times, we had something called film. This is a piece of film. Okay. I will not go into the details of this because this anyway is now almost extinct, or rather not extinct, but very expensive and not within our reach. What does a camera do? A camera basically gathers light and it forms an image. Forms an image where? So as I showed you earlier, the image was formed on something called the negative. But now, if I show you my mobile phone, what does this have? Or rather, I think somebody else has also joined.
So can you please mute yourself, Mr. Raut?
Yeah. Or if I show you a high-end DSLR camera, this is an Alpha A7S III, perfectly capable of uh, shooting a film, right? So, in fact, Sir mentioned one of my films which won the uh, Filmfare Award 14. That was shot on a DSLR camera. Okay. Uh, Let us try and understand the differences, right? I think I got muted. Right. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. Okay. So, uh, so to capture the image first, you need to have something called a lens. Now, this is the lens on the DSLR camera. Where is the lens in your camera, in your mobile camera? So you have a set of lenses here, and then you have a set one lens here, right? What is the difference in terms of uh, what can be done and what can't be done? Uh, in the camera, how much light you want it to enter into the camera is determined by something called the aperture. Okay. Now, and the aperture on a DSLR camera can be manipulated both manually and also automatically. But as professionals, we always teach our students to uh, use the manual mode, because then you will have complete control over the image. Okay, that is one thing which you will be not having in your mobile camera. Meaning to say, let's say now I'm sitting inside my room, uh, the lighting condition, there are a few lights above me, and this is the lighting condition. Now, if I start shooting myself and I start walking outside and I go outside, and it's very, very hot and very bright and very sunny outside there, what is going to happen is your mobile camera is going to automatically adjust. So, what you're going to see in the image is a gradual or a very gradual change in the exposure. So it will become either dark or it will become very bright. Uh, Now that is something which we should try and avoid. Meaning to say that if you're shooting something in a certain condition where the lighting is overall same, then it is fine. But if you're moving out of that space and moving to a brighter space in a single shot without cutting the shot, then you will have that adjustment is visible, which is not a very good thing. Aesthetically, it doesn't look good. Now, that is one thing which you can control in this camera. You can manually control it from here. So that being one advantage of a DSLR over the uh, mobile camera. Now, what happens? Light has entered through the lens. Okay, it has entered through the lens and it is going to reach that place where it needs to be recorded. Now, what is that? What do we call that? That is the sensor. Now, in very basic terms, what is a sensor? A sensor is basically a row, a array of photosites. What are photosites? Photosites are basically photodiodes. Uh, those who are from science background are who deal with science at a higher level understand how a diode works. So basically, light has two. We can look at light at two ways. One is the wave theory, which is in terms of waves, and the other is the particle theory. So now here we are going to talk about the particle theory, and light is in terms of the particle theory photons. So photons are collected at these photosites, but you cannot measure photons. You have to convert it to something which can be calculated, which can be measured. So a photodiode is going to convert that into a flow of electrons, which is electricity. Now, the moment we have electricity, we can actually calculate how much electricity. So the more the light, more photons, the charge, the electric charge is more. And less the light, similarly, less flow of electrons and less charge. So very good. Now we have reached the stage where we have now calculated the amount of light which has entered. This now is converted into the digital format, meaning it is stored in digital format and not, as you know, uh, a series of zeros and ones will represent that. And now that is going to be stored inside your cameras. Now, this is true for all digital mediums, be it so your mobile has a sensor, this camera, this DSLR has a sensor. But as you can see, the size of this and the size of this, there is a difference in the size. Obviously, this mobile or whatever mobile you are using cannot handle cannot handle a big sensor, right? Now, bigger the sensor is translated into many things. So, bigger the sensor, you will get better resolution. The how many pixels we have. What is the representation of that? The representation of that in any of your technical specifications, you take a DSLR or you take a mobile, it will mention that I can record 2K or 4K. Now, what does it actually mean? It means that if we have that array, let's say we have the screen. So how many of those photo sites are available in this? Which means if you calculate the if you multiply the height and the width, that is going to give you the area, which means it is going to give you the resolution. So when I say 2K, that means 2 by 1. So my width is going to be 2K, which means 2000, and my height is going to be 1K. So similarly, if I say 4K, which means again width into height. Again, I'm not going to go into too much of details in this, but as I said, better resolution means better picture quality. Now, there is another aspect which I want to get into here. Uh, the aperture, which we were talking about, which allows the light to, that is something which also determines a lot of other things. Meaning to say, it determines the depth of field. Now, what do we mean by depth of field? Like now, as I'm sitting here, okay, and you have that wall and the sofa in the background. So you can actually see that everything is in focus. Okay, my face is in focus, the sofa there is in focus. Now, why is that? Because this desktop I'm using here for this conversation also has a camera. But again, that camera sensor is very small. Okay, as compared to my DSLR camera. This has a bigger sensor. So in our case, bigger the sensor, bigger the sensor, the depth of field is shallower. Or if I had used this DSLR camera exactly where the computer camera is there, I would have been in focus if I had kept myself in focus, and that would not have been in focus. But since the sensor size of this camera and probably my mobile camera is very small, the depth of field increases. Similarly, aperture also determines depth of field. How? If I allow more light, as in if we call it opening up, okay. If you go to a camera, any camera, you will see the aperture is given 1.4 to 2.84. As we keep on increasing our aperture according to the light condition, our depth of field increases. So if you are shooting full open, meaning you have a very wide opening, okay, you will have very shallow depth of field, meaning the person you are focusing on will be in focus, the background will not. But if I'm shooting at a very high aperture, let's say 8 or 11, probably both of them will be in focus. So this is another difference which you are going to find when you're using your mobile camera, that you actually cannot control your depth of field because it is working on an auto mode. Now, some of the uh, other mobile phones which I don't have has various other small little uh, functions where you can adjust things. Uh, like an iPhone has a mode which is called cinematic. Now, if you put on the cinematic mode, and immediately what will happen is I can have that uh, very in common terms, the look of the image becomes slightly cinematic, meaning that the depth of field actually decreases a little bit.
मैं सिर्फ जुड़ा हूँ, सिर्फ जुड़ा हूँ। यूट्यूब पे है ना, इसमें टेंशन नहीं है।
Okay. So this is the second thing which there is a difference between that. The other big area, which of course we don't really have too much time to explore that, but I would like to mention it, that there is something called color space. What kind of color space am I? So each device, every digital device, be it your computer screen, be it your mobile camera, be it your DSLR camera, or any other thing. If you have a small projector in your room, all these digital devices have their own color spaces. Now, what do we understand by color space? So, color space is an internationally designed standard uh, which was conducted many years back in 1931, and they created a mother color space, as in how much, how many colors can be generated. As you know that in our cameras, we use three basic colors: red, green, and blue. And a combination of this can give you millions of colors. Okay. Uh, Equal combination of three, meaning equal amount of red, equal amount of green, and equal amount of blue mixed will give you white. So that is how the color space was determined. But having said that, the color space in my mobile camera or in your mobile camera or the device you are using, uh, I can see the gentleman sitting there in the NCSM India Center. Uh, I'm sure it has a projector. The color space of that projector are going to be very, very different. Uh, my mobile camera will not have will have a smaller color space, meaning less amount of colors can be represented. Whereas my DSLR camera will have a bigger color space. If I move on to another uh, more professional camera, that will have a better color space, meaning a bigger color space. Okay, so that is one thing which you'll have to remember, but that is something which you don't really have too much control over. Okay, now we come to another very important thing, is something which we if you see even in your mobile phones, there is something called ISO, or if you are using a DSLR camera, you will say something called ISO. Now, ISO is basically International Standards Organization, an organization which sets a certain standard. What do we mean by that? If I say that I am shooting with my DSLR camera, I will set there is a knob here which can set the ISO setting. Let's say I'm shooting at an ISO of 800. Okay. ISO is basically how sensitive my sensor is, how much sensitivity. Now, what? So let us understand this. As I said before, uh, light enters, goes to the photosites. The photons are now converted into electrons, a flow of electrons, which is electricity, meaning a charge. But this charge is actually very, very low. To be read, this charge has to be increased. This is what basically the ISO does. It increases, it boosts the level of the charge so that it can be read. That is basically your ISO. How much sensitive, how much of boosting is taking place. Now, for each camera, there is something called a base ISO. Most of the DSLR cameras nowadays uh, has mobile phones which can where you can actually set your ISO. So my mobile phone can't, but I'm sure there are other mobile phones which has that function. You can set your ISO. But on any other DSLR camera or professional camera, you can set your ISO, meaning 800 is basically in most of the cameras nowadays, the ISO is base ISO is 800. What it means is this is the manufacturer has set this setting. Okay, you can increase it. What happens if you increase the ISO? If you increase the ISO, of course, your sensor is becoming more sensitive, meaning in very dark spaces where if you had kept it at 800, probably you could not have recorded anything. But the moment you increase it to, let's say, 1600, you will probably see a few details. Your sensor has become more sensitive. But remember, what you're doing is you're increasing the signal strength. And if you increase the signal strength, there will also be an increase in noise strength, which translated in the image will be you will see a lot of noise coming in. Now, that is again something which is not acceptable. Especially, it doesn't matter if you are watching something shot on a very high ISO or on your mobile. Maybe in your mobile you will not recognize it, but in a bigger screen, you will be able to actually see a lot of noise. Okay, we in terms of film we used to call it grains, but here in the digital medium we call it noise. So again, if you are I insist that if you are using any kind of device, digital device, it is always recommended that you stick to your base ISO and shoot at your base ISO. I think I have more or less covered the technical areas. Now, if anybody has any question, specific question, uh, I'm there to. I'll try and answer your questions. Anybody, any kind of.
Sir, if grains are too much high due to low light, how it will be rectified? Even if light is not properly present at environment. How manage, sir?
What will you be shooting on?
Sir, at camera, at mobile phone.
You will be using your mobile phone. Then
Yes, sir.
you will have to try and avoid that kind of a place where the light is very low. That
And
is one.
when the exposure is very high behind the subject,
Right.
the exposure light very high behind the subject,
Right.
So the subject uh, pick will not clear. Why,
Again,
sir?
so basically, what you're saying is the light on the subject is very low, but the background is very bright, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Again, if you're shooting on your mobile phone, that is another thing which you will have to avoid, because you cannot really adjust manually your exposure on your mobile phone. So it will automatically take the areas which are brighter and set the exposure. Hence, the character in front will go dark. So you will have to choose a background which is either equally lit as the character, or you will have to choose a background which is probably darker than your character. Will it answer your question?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Sir,
You
in cameras, DSLR.
see, in the DSLR again, what we say is the dynamic range. As in, the dynamic range means uh, how much. If you think in terms of black and white, you have black at one end, you have white at the other end. Okay, so how many shades of gray can be recorded between black and white? So some very ancient cameras would say that we have a dynamic range of 5, meaning from black to white, it can only record 5 shades of gray. Okay. If you have a dynamic range of, let's say, 12, which means it can record black and white and 12 shades, which means it has a greater dynamic range. So on DSLR cameras, definitely the dynamic range is much more than what you have in your mobile phone, which means it can actually record much more details in the shadows and in the highlights. So probably in a situation where your character is not very well lit, but your background is very highly lit. Okay, your mobile phone might record the character as a very dark face. Probably in your DSLR, the extremity of that will not be so much, meaning you will get a little bit of more details on your. And again, if you're shooting on your DSLR, you have the advantage of using the manual mode, meaning you can set your exposure. In the mobile, you can't set your exposure. It will automatically calculate and set the exposure, which you can't control. So that is the problem. So it is better, if you are shooting in extreme conditions, it is much better to use a DSLR than use a mobile phone. And there is another thing which I also want to mention here, that some of your mobile phone cameras and also the other cameras will have something called the HDR mode, which means high dynamic range. If you have the HDR mode, then you can probably get a little bit of more details in your shadows and your highlights, meaning in the areas which are darker and in the areas which are very bright. A little bit, if you are using the HDR mode, right?
Srilekha,
But
if
sir,
you have any,
তোমরা জানোই না অন্য কোনো পার্টি।
Hello.
Srilekha, if you have any question,
Hello.
you can ask.
Yes, I do have a question. Good morning, sir. I
Good
am a
morning.
APRE of Bardhaman Science Center, and see, we have to capture there is so many students or the children are coming over the science museums and the park. They're playing, and we have to take snaps over them, like we have to take their playing or the candid moments. So
Hmm.
in these cases, I face some issues sometimes, that is whenever they are playing, they are not standing still, so I have
Hmm.
to click accordingly. So maximum snaps which I have taken, so
Yeah.
it was a bit like hazy, like they are moving. No, they are not standing still,
Right.
or they are playing. So I have to
Right.
take still. So shutter speed, increasing shutter speed can help us to take the proper snap or something, or
Yes,
anything
definitely.
else
Yes,
for the
yes, yes.
mobile, or for the mobile as well as cameras. Most of the time we have to take snaps from the mobile only. So in these cases, shutter speed, like
Again,
how to use the shutter speed increasing.
so yeah, but in the mobile phones, like my mobile phone doesn't have an option of manipulating the shutter speed. If your
Okay.
mobile phone does, then first choose a area where they are playing. Choose a space which is slightly brighter, one, and then if you can adjust the shutter speed, you can increase the shutter speed on your mobile. Good. Or use a flash. Use the
Okay.
flash of your mobile phone. Okay, that
Okay.
might solve the problem, because like in my mobile phone I don't, so I will
Mm-hmm.
probably use the flash, because automatically if I'm when I using the flash, the shutter speed will be adjusted, increased automatically by my mobile phone. So I think
Okay.
that is one solution. That is one solution.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.
Hello, sir. This is
Hello.
Amlan, the
Hi.
videographer from NCSM. I'm the
Okay.
videographer from NCSM.
Right.
Sir, while shooting like in extreme conditions, like in broad daylight, and sometimes while seeing through the screen in camera, so we at times we cannot be able to understand how much the area is exposed. After processing the thing, we see it is very much like the vision is very much bright. So while
What camera are you using?
Sony FX3. So in
Okay.
this regard, we use a mode that is zebra, and while shooting in
Right.
like dark areas, so the
Yes.
positions or the persons in focus to spot that we use the mode peaking. So
Right.
can you just elaborate these two modes for the others also? So it would be like very helpful for us how this mode actually works.
Uh, the zebra is basically it does is it will show you the areas which are clipping. Okay, meaning it's beyond, it's gone beyond the range of light. Those are the areas where you will not even in the post will you be able to do anything, right? And as far as the as you said, the dark areas. Okay, now it is a very good idea. Uh, of course, it will depend on the situation, but sometimes what uh, normally professional focus pullers do, they would probably flash a light, a torch light on wherever you want to keep the focus, right? Put the focus there and then turn it off. So that's a very good idea in terms of because as you say, yes, a focus puller, a professional focus puller would use what you said, the ye mode,
The
but
peaking.
the peaking mode. But uh, if I would be doing the focus, I would either flash a light or I would go the very traditional way. Okay, which means I will take a tape measure and see the distance, uh, what the distance is. But this again, I'm telling you, is controlled situations. Okay, I know for documentary filmmakers or people who are, it is slightly difficult. And the problem with the peaking mode, there is also one problem with the peaking mode. The problem with the peaking mode is that it basically will give you a whatever color you assign to it, let's say red. So you don't exactly know, you know, how much red, what is the density of red, which is the exact focus. Slightly out of focus will also give you, it might give you one shade of red. So that is the problem with.
Bluetooth. मीटिंग का तो उधर कोने पे जाकर भाई हाँ कोने में जा रहा हूँ
Vivek Singh, can you please mute yourself? Yes.
Yes.
And sir, I would like to request you to give some brief information about various camera features on mobile phones like hyperlapse, panorama, slow motion. So if you can enlighten us on that. And another thing is how to hold camera or mobile phone while taking moving shots to avoid shaky videos.
Well, I think almost everybody knows that now everybody uses gimbals. Okay.
Yes.
To
So
do
if
that.
gimbal is not there, so because this is the condition with many science centers that gimbal is not there, and they have to take what Srilekha was asking.
Right.
So that is the thing. So how to
But
avoid
but
shaky videos?
her problem was different because I think she was
Slightly
talking about
different.
stills,
Yes.
still photographs. Her problem was different. But see, as far as this is concerned, uh, uh, it's just about practice. I
Yes.
mean, it is just about the people who operate cameras. It is how good or how bad or how much practice you have in terms of. So I would say that if you are in that kind of a mode, take along with you some kind of a support system. Okay, probably. Uh, 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 I don't know. I mean, some kind of a support system where you can actually place your hands, your elbows rather, and hold it steady. Because it is not for everybody. It is possible to hold the camera for too long. It is definitely going to, shake a little bit. Plus, the problem is also heavier the camera, it is easier to keep it steadier. The lighter the camera, it is much more difficult to keep it steady. And see this as you talked about the slow motion thing. Uh, well, it works fantastic. In as I told you, in conditions which are well lit, and you can really. I was recently I had gone to Patratu, not sorry, not Patratu. I had gone to Netarhat, and there are a lot of waterfalls, beautiful waterfalls there. And I, for the first time actually, being a professional, I actually don't use my mobiles too much, but I used my mobile and I captured some of the waterfalls at slow motion, and it looks fantastic. I mean, I've also seen it on a bigger screen, and it looks fantastic. But it was very well lit, bright lights for work. But again, the problem is it is not going to work very well when the conditions are too harsh in terms of it's changing. Like it's very bright and then it's very dark, so that will cause some kind of warping in the image. That is the thing. But as I said that uh, choose your conditions very carefully. You can't achieve everything on every camera. Know your restrictions, and if you know your restrictions, then I think you can pull off a reasonably good image, even on a mobile phone. As I said, not too much of contrast in terms of too much of highlights and too much of shadows, more or less even light. Uh, and yeah, those are the things which I think if you remember, you can.
Sir,
So
there is a lag when we click a picture on a mobile phone. There is some little bit second of lag taking frame, capture the
Hmm.
frame. So, sir, due to this, sometime very important glimpse are missing due to that lag. Something is lag between when we press the shutter button, the frame will capture little bit lag.
Uh, I don't know because I have not faced this problem ever. Uh, Maybe because maybe if you're shooting in a condition which is not very conducive, meaning it's very low light.
Sir,
And
this is mainly when the mobile device is on heating mode.
on
When mobile phone is heat due to shooting.
see that, so again, that is not only a problem of your uh, mobile phone, it is a problem with all digital devices. They are uh, they are very susceptible to heat. They are susceptible to cold. So even high-end cameras, of course, high-end cameras, while they are shooting, there is no lag. But uh, definitely for that camera to start, when we put on that camera, it takes a few seconds to get to the recording mode. So that is because the sensor has to reach a point where it can start operating. Now, in your mobile phone, as I said, very small sensor. Uh, so adjustments to be made will take some time. So again, that is one restriction you're going to have. So I'm saying choose conditions which are not adverse, meaning not too much of contrast, uh, too many shadows, too much of highlights, which your mobile camera cannot capture. Choose almost a evenly lit place, because otherwise your mobile camera will take some time to adjust to read the various, because it's doing it automatically. You are not doing it manually. So that is why it is taking time to take readings from all the places and setting a certain exposure, setting a certain shutter speed. That is why the lag is happening.
Sir, there is very galleries in our science centers where the environment of the gallery is very dark. Only one display where the projection is happen. See, like our Kurukshetra panorama, there is a gallery on Mahabharata and in 360 panoramic view painting.
Yeah.
So the where the subject seeing the painting, the light is very low, but the
Mhm.
painting part is very bright. So
Mm.
taking picture, when I capture the picture will lot of noise, grains, and blurry.
Yes, exactly. Because, see, as I said, your mobile phone is not capable of handling that contrast ratio. Okay. Unfortunately, uh, if you can light up that space, then you will probably have better pictures, or uh, or you will have to go in for a better DSLR camera, which can actually handle that contrast ratio, which has a more dynamic range. Uh, Otherwise there is no other solution in your mobile which will help you.
So
Oh,
anyone
okay, sir.
else?
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? If you have any questions, आप हिंदी में भी क्वेश्चन पूछ सकते हैं सर से. किसी का और कोई सवाल है?
सर मोबाइल फोन और कैमरा जो डीएसएलआर है,
जी,
हमें मतलब प्रेफर क्या करना चाहिए?
मैं तो प्रोफेशनली बोलूंगा कि आप DSLR प्रेफर करना चाहिए.
ओके सर.
Or I would also like to mention this before we end the session. There is a very good book uh, called Digital Cinematography by a person called David Stump. David Stump. Uh, this is one book which we uh, use as a reference. It explains very beautifully for the people who really want to understand a little bit about. Uh, of course, there are advanced things inside that. You don't have to worry about it, but it gives you a very overall good. So it's called Digital Cinematography. You can also get, I think, a PDF copy online. Uh, David Stump, uh, Digital Cinematography.
Sir, in our center, the center has provide me the Insta 360 camera.
Okay.
So, sir, how I get the best output of that camera? Can you give me some suggestions?
I have not come across this camera. So until and unless I know the details of it, I mean the technical specifications, it will be very difficult for me to. Uh, I mean,
Okay, sir. Okay.
once. But I think if you can take the technical specifications and go through it, then I think it will give you a better idea.
Okay, sir. Sir, that camera doesn't perform very good at low light, but when light is proper, the camera footage is very good.
So yeah, so again, this is something which you really can't do anything much about. Because if it is not performing, which means that it doesn't have a very good dynamic range, right?
Oh, okay, sir. Okay.
So anyone else?
Hello, sir.
Hello,
Uh, Hello.
hello.
Yes.
In museum, yes. In museum setting, we often come across glass showcases and reflections. So,
Right.
what is your suggestions to for filming high quality reels in that situation without having proper professional gear?
Ah, that's an interesting question. Normally, inside a museum, probably uh, you will have to if you have the option of choosing an angle which is not reflecting uh, anything, or what you can do is, uh, let's say you have a display uh, in a glass jar or a glass box, and it's lit from the top. Okay. um, it is advisable that don't take the photograph from the top, one. So you have to take it from the side, right? And keep a piece of black paper wherever your lens is. Make a small hole, okay? Because what it is going to do is the black paper is going to cut out the reflection of you and your camera. So that might be one solution. But if you want to take it from the top and it is top lit, well, it's very difficult to cut the reflection. Because on a professional camera, we would maybe try and use a polarizer to cut out the reflection, but on a mobile phone, it's not possible. Right?
Noted, sir.
Okay.
Anyone else? If you have any question.
I have a question, like kind of what are the basic features one should have in a phone, which is the basic features of a camera in a phone, which would be suitable for, say, taking, I would not say professional level pictures, but good
Mhm.
pictures and videos.
So, basic features, uh, if you're shooting, let's say, like where you are sitting, I think a mobile phone, very basic mobile phone is quite enough to take stills or even videos because it is so well lit. I can see that. Okay. But your camera lens, first and foremost, should be clean. That is one thing which we normally forget to do because we are always trying to carry our camera, our mobiles in our back pockets, and it gets scratched many times. So that is one. The other thing is that if you do have the HDR mode, as I said, use the HDR mode. because it is going to give you a better picture. It can give you a better picture. Uh, of course, there are a lot of things you can't control in terms of the exposure and all that your camera will control itself. It will control. So if there is if the room is not very well lit and you're taking a still, then uh, use your flash. Use your flash. If you have the option of, and nowadays, let me tell you, there are multiple very small LED lights which are available. Okay, small LED lights which are available, very handy. You can actually hold it yourself, or you can ask somebody and just bounce it off the ceiling just to increase the light levels a little bit. Okay, these lights are cheap, they're lightweight, and I mean, I actually in my professional shoots also have used these kind of lights. You know, I've used LED mirchis to light up. So that's it. So that is one big advantage you have now. So keep those small little lights with you. You can use it in any situation. That is my advice.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you so much.
enlightening session.
Thank you. Thank
Sir,
you.
Um,
another question, sir. Could you please answer that?
Yes, please go ahead.
We often use hooks to get our audience engaged. After a couple of shots, it can be repetitive. So, what is your suggestion to make them unique and avoid being repetitive?
Well, I didn't. What did you say? We often use
Hooks, sir.
hooks.
Yes, yes.
What is a hook?
Sordeep, we have another session on that.
Yes,
Okay, sir.
I think.
Okay.
Yes,
No
I
issue,
think.
sir.
Yes. I think the person who's coming in next is a
Yes.
better person to answer that question.
Yes.
Right.
Sir,
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
last question, sir. Sir, HD quality, high definition, 1080p, and 4K quality in
Sorry.
videos.
Huh.
I- In videos, sir, HD quality, high
Yeah.
definition, 1080p, and 4K, 2160. Okay.
Yes.
Sir, which quality is now more preferable in nowadays? Because, sir, currently I am shooting at 1080p
Right.
at 30 frame.
Okay.
Sir,
But 4K is fine, but none of the displays in India can show 4K. So don't go after 4K, 6K, 8K, all those things. 2K is fine. So
okay, sir. Okay.
okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir,
Thank
for
you.
this session. And we will contact with you for a whole day session. Some next time we will plan it.
Definitely. I'll enjoy that.
Thank you.
And thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. This session was very interesting. Thank you for
Okay.
all the insights.
Thank you.
And
Bye.
our next
Thank
session
you.
is on story writing, and the resource person is Mr. Siladit Sanyal, Professor Direction and Producing for EDM. And the session will deal with fundamentals of developing compelling narratives, the screenplay structure, and translating ideas into engaging audiovisual stories. So I would like to welcome Professor Siladit Sanyal, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for giving your time from a busy schedule. And I would like to give his brief introduction. He is an alumnus of SRFTI.
I hope I can be heard. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
sir.
Good morning.
And
Good morning.
Sir is an alumnus of SRFTI with postgraduate diploma in direction and screenplay writing. He has worked in the industry for more than 20 years in TV, feature films, and advertisement films as producer, executive producer, writer, director, creative director, and teacher. He has worked as a director, creative director for more than a dozen shows for mainstream entertainment channels like Star, G, Colors, ETV, Ma TV, Asianet, Sananda TV, Tara Bangla, and others. During different phases of his work, he has been associated with several national production houses like Big Synergy, BBC Worldwide, Black Magic Motion Pictures, Sion Productions under Midtex, Colosseum, and others. He had been handling brands like Jhalak Dikla Ja, Radio Mirchi, and Durgapur Steel Plants, among others, for their TV shows and corporate films. His films have participated in festivals like MIFF and KIFF and has been awarded at the Bengal Film Journalist Association Awards. He has worked as the Chief Assistant Director for the film Nishabd, an Indo-French co-production that won the Best Film Award at the Ocean Film Festival. He has been engaged with major media schools in Eastern India as visiting faculty since 2003. So welcome you, sir. So now the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. This session for everybody is definitely not anything about any technicalities, but rather about techniques. And I will concentrate more on how to tell stories with moving images. So we have to understand one thing, and obviously I will restrict my discussion to a level of short form storytelling, as in small films, or what is more commonly known as reels, if they have stories. Reels can be of various things. We will keep it restricted to that. For that, first, what we will do is I will like you to watch a small film and take that as an example, as in how the story has been thought and how the different phases within that story are working or not working. Something you might realize, or something might just work at a subconscious level. You might not be aware that it is working, but it is working because certain techniques have been followed by the storytellers. Now, the first thing, there's a difference between a story when we hear or we read and when we see. As in, when I say see, we mean we're working on stories of stories with audiovisual images, moving images. They have actions and sound to tell the story. So first, to first we will take you through, like I said, we will take you through a small film. It's a 4-minute film. But before that, keep in mind a word called, because stories will need many things, I'll come to that, but it'll also need a character. So character can be a character, and that character has to be placed in a certain kind of a milieu. Means character has to have her or his surroundings, and that has to come clearly, come forth clearly to the audience who is watching the story in moving images. So first I will share this film oversharing, and it is from YouTube. I chose a film from YouTube which is readily available there. I request, if possible, for people who are present here to watch it with a earphone or something, if it is possible. Otherwise, you have to just be sure that you are listening when you're watching as well. So first, I will do a share. Can we see a tab? Can you see a YouTube tab?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
मुझे भी स्कूटर चलानी है।
हैं तुम्हें पागल हो गई हो क्या? नई नई आई है, बख्श दो उसे।
क्यों, उसमें क्या है? इतनी सारी लड़कियां चलाती है। आजकल गांव में भी लड़कियां मोटरसाइकिल चलाती है।
अरे तुम खुद गिर जाओगी और अपने साथ किसी वो राह चलते बेचारे के हाथ पैर भी तोड़ दोगी। हैं
आप सिखा दोगे तो नहीं गिरूंगी।
नहीं नहीं, वो साइकिल आती है।
इधर आ।
उसके लिए पहले साइकिल सीखनी होगी।
कभी किसी ने सिखाया ही नहीं। चल टाई ठीक कर। आप ही सिखा दो ना।
कौन? मैं तुम्हारे पीछे पीछे भागूंगा तो पूरे मोहल्ले वाले खड़े होकर देखेंगे हमारा कॉमेडी शो।
देख तेरी मम्मी गिरी।
साइकिल पकड़ लेना। मेरी साइकिल छोड़ो। क्यों?
ओए, अम्मी कहाँ है? ए, मम्मी कहाँ है? है? चलो।
क्या खाओगे?
हाँ? कुछ भी।
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I hope you watched and liked this film. We will try to take you through how the story has been conceived here and what the character is and how is the story progressing. So that will be a basic tenet of storytelling through audiovisual. So in this film, we first saw that a family has got a new scooter and they're riding it in the evening through the roads of the city, right? And it's a matter of joy and celebration, and they're happy about it. How do we know that? Because they are actually, we show them moving in a scooter, an audiovisual image where all three are there, the family. So the family is established, and immediately we hear a kind of a voice of the woman, although you don't see her lips moving, means she's not talking, but it's like sometimes in story this is called narration or voiceover. So like a narration, the voice comes that she also wants to learn to ride the scooty or the scooter, whatever it is. So in this case, the scooter is a thing that has come new to this family, and the wife of the household, the homemaker is also wanting to learn a scooty. So घर में कुछ नया आ जाता है तो सबको चाहिए, सबको उसका मजा लेना है, सबको यूज करना है. तो ये बहुत कॉमन है सारे हमारे इंडियन फैमिलीज में. So similarly, here in this small family, which will slowly get established in detail, greater detail, has something of a उनका एक इच्छा है. वो क्या है कि उसको भी ये नया स्कूटर चलाना है और उसके लिए स्कूटर चलाना सीखना है. So this, in terms of story, and who is this woman? Who is this woman? The woman is a homemaker. And how is that clear? Because in the next scene, this is called a scene change, because when there is a change in the location or time, we call it a scene change in terms of storytelling in with moving images. In this scene change, we find that it's the next morning, that the husband and the son, they're getting ready to get out of the house, one for school and one for office. And the woman, the homemaker, is there in the house, and she's arranging the lunch boxes and tiffins for the two men of the house, one small child, and there's this grown-up man, the husband. So it is clearly again established through visuals, through images, that she is a homemaker. Because when we come to the uh, kitchen and the household after the evening, what we find is that the man is checking his shirt, that whether uska laundry अच्छी तरह हुआ है कि नहीं, and she has a smile on his face, and there's a pressure cooker going on, a whistle going off, and food is being arranged, dabba arrange kiya ja raha hai, and there's combing done for the son, and in the meantime other things are happening. Now that is the more interesting part. But first is establishing a character. So our principal character in this film is this housewife, whom we have seen in the first scene and whom we've seen in the second scene, and that completes her milieu, that completes her setup, what she does, what she where she belongs, and in context of this story, what she wants. What does she want? She wants to ride the scooter. Now this, in story terms, is often called something called a desire or want of a character. Now, to make a story work in audiovisual storytelling, which is storytelling with moving images, you got to have got to have a character who has to want something. Like I said, this is often called something called a want or a desire. Now here, the want or the desire of the principal character, which is the homemaker, this mother or house wife, whatever we call her, is wanting to learn the scooter, how to ride a scooter. Now this, so till this point, when we have come to this point, what do we know in this film? I will play it back again, because just for you to check that whatever I said is falling in place or not. Because this is not a way that I am looking into the film, but this is what the film tells us moment by moment. So in the first moment, we established that the new scooter has been bought and the family is enjoying it in the evening. And in the second scene, we find the milieu of the family. They live in a small house of a particular socioeconomic background, and there the husband goes out, the son goes out, the wife takes care of the husband's lunch and laundry and the food cooked at the house, and the son is also quite has the guts to even smirk and laugh sarcastically when father is making a joke with the mother. So that's the kind of milieu. But the whatever remains is that whatever remains, what we get to know clearly is the milieu and the setup of the character and what she wants. Now, this is the first step of telling a story, that we got to have a character and milieu, and the character has to want something or have to desire something. Now, if just think this way, that if the character wanted to ride the scooter and the husband taught her how to ride a scooter, then there would be no story. Now, this is a very important factor. So, in this film, if in the first scene the wife expresses her wishes to learn to ride the scooter, and in the second scene, if we show her learning to ride the scooter, and she rides it, then this story wouldn't have been fun. This wouldn't have become a story. What makes it a story? So first step, as we have already repeated thrice, is it has to have a milieu and a character, and the character has to have a clear goal or a want. The second step is when character expresses a want or a desire or a goal. All I'm using all the terms to mean the same thing, or desire. There has to be some confrontation against it, some problems against it, some challenges against it. These are common terms used in this kind of storytelling. So mark my words: problems, challenges, confrontations. They have to face. There has to be something has to come up which blocks or restricts the desire or the want or the goal. In this case, something has to come up, and actually something does come up very nicely, very subtly in the beginning, and more strongly later, is that even when she wants to ride a scooter, she is not able to ride it. So she is wanting to ride the scooter. The first objection immediately in the first scene is from the husband. And what does he say? Nahi nahi aaye, baksh do. खुद भी गिरोगे और रास्ते में चलते हुए लोगों का हाथ पैर तोड़ोगे. So that is the first block. The first block is she wants to ride the scooter. She wants a piece of the cake. Piece of the cake बोले तो यहाँ मीन कर रहा है कि घर में कुछ नया आया है, मुझे भी उसका मजा लेना है. घर में नया स्कूटर आया है, मुझे भी चलाना है, मुझे भी चलाना है. तो point is to that the first block is she doesn't know how to ride a scooter. And to that the main problem is you cannot ride and you will hurt people, which is a very genuine thing for anybody who wants to ride a scooter. That if you don't know, then you will be it is unsafe for you and for people on the road, which is very valid. But that is a problem. So that is the first problem for what is the first problem for the character? I don't know how to ride it. How will I manage it? So I have a desire and then I have a problem. But if after the problem, the wife thought that, okay, I don't know how to ride a scooter, so I take back my wish, even then the story is dead. Even then the story doesn't progress anymore. So for the story to progress comes the second step. First, I said desire or want, and second was a problem or an obstruction, sometimes also called an obstacle. But to that, the main character has to do something. In story terms, this is often called active step. You have to do something to overcome that problem or obstruction, whatever we call it. So what does she do? What does the character do in this film? She simply does, and it has to be believable, she does simply what anybody can think of in her situation. She says, you teach me. And to this, the husband refuses again. To this, the husband refuses again. And he finally boils it down to that before you ride a scooter, you got to know how to ride a cycle. So, do you know how to ride a cycle? So, see, this is the first step, the second step that the principal character takes. I don't know how to ride. I ask my husband to teach me. He is not agreeable. And so I have taken my step. I have taken my strong step that I want to ride. Teach me. To this, there is a second objection. And the second objection is you have to know how to ride a cycle. Do you know how to ride a cycle? She doesn't even know how to ride a cycle. So the problem becomes bigger, that how will I ride a scooter? I don't even know how to ride a cycle. So the problem is becoming bigger. So the problem was smaller. Second, the problem is bigger. You don't even know step one. How will you know step two? So again, the character here in this story is facing the same problem, that I don't know how to ride a cycle. To that, she takes a similar step, that then you teach me how to ride a cycle, क्योंकि मुझे तो कोई सिखाया नहीं. To this comes even a bigger problem. The husband refuses again. And what does he say? What is different from the earlier refusal? Mark, these are the subtle differences in writing and conceiving the story. This time the husband says, the second time the husband says that that uh, if I teach you, मोहल्ले वाले खड़े खड़े देखेंगे अपना comedy show, and he laughs, and even the son laughs. How irritating is that for the mother? So the problem becomes even more stronger. First, he is not ready to teach me, and brings up the issue of, you don't know how to ride a cycle. How do you imagine you can ride a scooter? Very valid, but the problem has intensified. Second step, teach me a cycle. No, I cannot teach you a cycle. It is a societal pressure. It's a prestige issue. A husband holding the back of the cycle and the wife running. That's the husband's perspective. That's how the husband conceives it. And even the son conceives it. They feel that it will be a societal embarrassment. So if it becomes a societal embarrassment, earlier it was a personal embarrassment. Now it is becoming a societal embarrassment, because मोहल्ले वाले खड़े खड़े देखेंगे अपना comedy show. So to teach the wife how to ride a cycle is a comedy as per him. As per him means as per the husband. And the son readily agrees to this idea that yes, if father goes on helping mother to teach how to ride a cycle, then it will be a comedy show. So he joins in the laughter. Now, here again, the same strategy. Here again, if the character, after this mockery, quote unquote mockery, or just pushing away the idea of teaching her how to ride a bicycle, if the character just sulks, oh, I don't know how to ride a cycle, how will I ride the cycle? Then I cannot ride the scooter. And she stops, blocks her desire, then the story doesn't move any further. But here, like a true story, the character takes another active step. And this step is what? She starts learning the bicycle alone. Now, people who actually know how to ride a bicycle will understand that it is almost impossible for anybody to ride a bicycle alone. I mean, to learn at the beginning, to learn a bicycle alone. I'm not saying it's literally impossible, that कभी किसी ने नहीं किया, but ज्यादातर cases में, 99% cases में कोई help ना करे, पहले पीछे से ना पकड़े cycle को, तो it is very difficult for people to learn how to ride a bicycle, and that is so true. So see, in our film, what we see, that post this is there's a next scene. It is the afternoon at the playground, and the children are playing football, and in which the son of our family is also present. And in the background, in the deep background, this is called foreground and background. In the deep background, the mother is trying to ride a bicycle, which is obvious that it's the son's bicycle. It looks like a young boy's bicycle, and she is trying to learn it alone. Now this, so this is another active step. And why I said that it is usually impossible for people to learn a bicycle alone, because it is actually so. But in the story, do we say it is unbelievable? No. In the terms of the story, it is believable. Now this is another important thing in story. This is called this is sometimes called creative license, sometimes called that the suspension of disbelief works. Means अगर ये दिखा देते कि फर्स्ट डे में वो साइकिल अपने आप चलाने की कोशिश कर रही है और सक्सेसफुल हो गए, तो वो बहुत ज्यादा अनबिलीवेबल रहता. पर द अटेम्प्ट टू लर्न अ साइकिल माइट बी ट्रू. सो ये हमारा डिसबिलीफ को ब्रेक नहीं करते. तो so it makes in the story at least, on the screen, it doesn't look unbelievable. It remains believable, although we know in real world this is almost impossible. But when we see it on screen, we don't find it totally impossible. it might be possible. This is where we can suspend our disbelief. That's why this is a term sometimes used, which is called suspension of disbelief. And many things, many exaggerations में जो कहानी में हम स्पेशल दिखाते हैं, जो असलियत में जिंदगी में नहीं होते हैं, वो इसी लॉजिक पे बिलीवेबल होता है, एक्सेप्टेबल होता है या नहीं एक्सेप्टेबल होता है. ऐसा कुछ दिखा है कि टोटली अनबिलीवेबल रहा. जैसे कि मेरा एग्जांपल था कि उसने कोशिश भी की और इमीडिएटली सक्सेसफुल वो हो गई, तब वो टोटली अनबिलीवेबल रहता. पर हम वो देख रहे हैं कि वो कोशिश कर रही है, and there is a possibility that she might achieve something. So then we can suspend our disbelief and give her and accept the story. This is the acceptability of the unrealness. हाँ, जो असलियत में नहीं होता है पर स्क्रीन में हमारे लिए एक्सेप्टेबल है. तो that was although a side point, but it's a very important point. Come back. Now what happens? She has taken the third step. The third step is she's trying to learn the bicycle all alone. Now to this, there will be again another confrontation, another problem. And what is that? Now the children, the friends of the son, actually start mocking the son. Now start mocking the son. And what happens is, the son is embarrassed, and the son is embarrassed. What can the son do? The son goes to mom and says, "Mummy, meri cycle chodo." And mother is astonished. Why? And mother wants to help from the child, from the son. But the son, it is unacceptable. Now, why will I call this an even greater problem than what she faced before? Because the last problem, we have seen the son almost mocking the mother. But here, the son is being mocked. So in an Indian society, in terms of how family relationships work, in that terms, we are seeing a mother is actually doing something, which is a simple act of trying to learn how to ride a bicycle. And the same go, the mother is also asking the son to help. But what is happening is the son is getting almost bullied, not literally bullied, but sort of being mocked, would be the better term, being mocked. And the son cannot dissuade the mother that you don't give up the cycle because my friends are mocking me. And when the mother doesn't give up, the son simply leaves. But understand the dilemma of the mother. She took a strong step. When nobody was wanting to teach her how to ride a bicycle. She had the courage of trying to learn how to ride a bicycle all alone. To this, earlier she was mocked, now her son is being mocked. So it is a bigger dilemma for the mother, a bigger problem. So the problem intensifies. So some time back, somebody was asking about hooks. In small stories, there are hooks. So if and it becomes repetitive, I'll answer later maybe also, but I'll also say this, that sometimes they don't work and they look repetitive. Why? Because it doesn't become bigger. If the problems don't become bigger and they don't intensify, then usme maza nahi rahega. These are techniques of writing or planning or visualizing. So what happens in our case is the mother still is taken aback, but the mother still keeps learning. And what we see in the end of the film, the last scene, father has come back from home, the son has come from the playground, and the son is in a very funny way with his legs up, ulta in the sofa, is playing games with the mobile phone. The father comes, doesn't find the mother at home. He's astonished. Where is the mother? Inquires about the mother. The son doesn't have an answer. And we hear a clinking of a bell, of the cycle bell. And what do we see? We see that the mother has come back. She's sort of wobbling with the bicycle and comes and keeps it. What do we understand from the story? Has she learned how to ride a bicycle? Clearly no. But what can a person achieve one day single-handedly in trying to learn a bicycle is definitely there. That she can at least wobble back. She has to put her feet down quite often to ride the bicycle, but she can do that. She can achieve that. So she achieved something of her goal. And to this, so funnily and nicely presented, now the son and the husband, who have everything of their daily chores taken care of by the mother, like their laundry, like their shirts, like their lunch, like their tiffin. So obviously the food is been cooked and served by the mother, and like it feels like an evening ritual that what will be cooked next. And so when she asks with her pride that, okay, I have achieved something, when she turns and asks with her pride that aaj kya khaoge, so the son and the husband and the son are almost taken aback and they surrender kuch bhi. So what does it say? Has she learned how to ride a bicycle? As I said, no. But she has taken it to a level where we can assume that she will learn eventually, even if she is alone. And if she learns the bicycle, maybe which is not in our story, but we can have that positive feeling that maybe she will also learn how to ride the scooter, which was the original want or the original desire of the mother. So this is how a small beautiful story is told in terms of a character, Niliu, her principal desire, and then the problems or the obstacles she faces, and to each obstacle she takes a active step to overcome the obstacle. Sometimes the problems intensify, become bigger. When I say intensify, I mean they become bigger problems, and to bigger problems she holds on. And in a short film, finally there is a conclusion or a sort of a reversal, in the sense that earlier she had no hope of riding a scooter. In the end, we find that there is some strong hope that she will ultimately be able to ride the scooter. So that is a complete story, and this is how sometimes stories are told, even in shorter versions, even shorter than what we are dealing with. This can work as storytelling method. To this, I'll also, just what I said, I'll just also give you, uh, one sec, I have to adjust my screen. So whatever I said, can you see a small PPT template on the screen?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So whatever I said, I have listed down these words here just for your clarity. I would suggest the people who are interested, please mark this film, watch it on YouTube again, and mark these words if you can see. So what does this read? The first is, for developing audiovisual stories, we often use the term narrative form. So by narrative form, we signify episodes and films that tell a story. That is obvious. By this form, we are saying how to tell a story. So we are dealing with stories. So in narrative form, the second point, narrative form, we expect that there will be characters and some action that will involve them with one another. They will involve with one another. What does this mean? I'll come to it. I'll explain it in a little more detail. The point is, we also expect a series of incidents that will be connected in some way. Now, this is not a very complex word. What are the series of incidents connected? A scooter came, the woman wanted to ride it, and to that, the husband put up an objection. So they are connected. Because she wanted, he made an objection. Now, because he made an objection, next morning she is also going on with the hope and idea of I want to ride. So they are actually connected. The next morning, the second scene, that is the morning at the kitchen, is happening because a scooter has come. So there is a relationship between the two. That is what this line means. That is a series of incidents that will be connected in some way. Now, what is the way? Like in this example, a scooter has come, and I want to ride it. That's why the next morning's conversation is going on. That please teach me. Okay, if I don't know how, please teach me how to ride a scooter. Oh, okay, I don't know how to ride a scooter, first to cycle, then please teach me. So this is happening in connection. The second morning is happening because the scooter has been brought and because a desire has been come up. So there is a because. Now this because word is sometimes very important in certain storytelling storytelling forms. And this is also, sometimes this is a word which is called cause and effect or causality. So like I said, a scooter has been brought, that's why the next morning conversation is happening. Cycle has been refused, that's why the wife goes to the ground all alone to learn the cycle. Why will she try even an impossible thing like learning to ride a bicycle alone? Because she has been refused, because she has been mocked. That's why she is doing that. So in a narrative series, I'm reading from the template. In a narrative series of a series of incidents will be connected in some way, like I said earlier. That particular way is known as causality, the because factor. This, in simple terms, a narrative may be seen as a chain of events in cause-effect relationship. So the next scene is happening because something has happened before. The following scene will happen, scene 3 will happen because something has happened in scene 2. So the story can move in this logic. And sometimes, I'm sure you watch lots of films and streaming platform stories. Sometimes you will find जो आगे जो आफ्टर होता है उसको बिफोर दिखाते हैं, जो बिफोर हुआ है उसको आफ्टर दिखाते हैं. So then does the chain of events work? Yes, it does. Because in this case, when the before after are all jumbled, एंड का पहले दिखाया, बीच का एंड में दिखाया, कभी कभी कहानियां इसमें भी मजा आते हैं. और ये जब होते हैं तो क्या चेन ऑफ इवेंट्स वर्क नहीं कर रहा है? चेन ऑफ इवेंट्स वर्क फिर भी कर रहा है. क्यों? क्योंकि जब ये जम्बल्ड अप इवेंट्स देखेंगे, कहानी देखने के बाद अगर पूरा कहानी क्लियर हो गया माइंड में, तब हमारा माइंड ऐसा ही वर्क करेगा कि ओ, वो जो हमने देखा शुरू में वो एक्चुअली एंड का है, और वो जो हमने बीच में देखा उसका कारण एंड में क्लियर हो रहा है. तो देखिए, जब हम बोल रहे हैं कि कहानी क्लियर हो रहा है, एक्चुअली हमारे मन में ये कॉजल रिलेशनशिप क्लियर हो रहा है. कॉजल रिलेशनशिप क्लियर नहीं होगा तो ऑडियंस बोलेंगे कहानी समझ में नहीं आया, कहानी से कुछ मजा नहीं आया. तो ये हो जाते हैं स्टोरी टेलिंग नैरेटिव्स का प्रॉब्लम. सो like I said, in our case, scene 2 happened because there was something in scene 1. It is connected in some way, and the connection is a because factor. There's a cause-effect relationship. This is also how stories work. The second point, as we read, which I have told in the beginning only of this session, agents of cause and effect are characters. By triggering and reacting to events' actions, characters play roles within the story. This is classically exhibited in our story. So our character, say our principal character, there are other characters as well. Let us restrict our discussion in this short discussion to the principal character. The character is the wife. By triggering and reacting to events' actions. So she triggers and reacts to the first event. What? नया स्कूटर आया घर में, मुझे भी चलानी है. That's the first triggering. That's the first trigger. That's the first trigger. The husband refuses. She reacts. सिखा दो. Husband intensifies the problem. साइकिल चलाना है, साइकिल नहीं आती, तो सिखा दो. She is reacting to the events. Third, साइकिल सिखाना will become a comedy show. Even the son mocks. So she is reacting to the action. Okay, you all mocked. I'll try to ride it alone and say, let's see if I can do it or not. That is what she exactly does. So characters play roles within the story based on trigger and reaction. A very common pattern of the story development is goal. ये पहले बोल लिया, अभी जो आ रहा है ये हमने पहले ही बोला है. Story development is a goal-oriented plot. Here a character has to desire something and they have to take steps. I have already spoken about this when I explained the story. I'm not repeating it. And they have to take steps to achieve the desire. Again, there has to be some counter force or obstacle in opposition to the steps taken to achieve the desire. An opposition that create conflict. कहानी के terms में इसको बोलते हैं conflict. This is a usual terms with professional writers and developers. So there is a goal or a desire, and there has to be some active steps to achieve the goal, and there has to be some counter force जहां से एक conflict तैयार होता है. तो our story also moves with conflict. We will also expect that the problems or conflicts arising in the course of action will achieve some final state. They may be resolved, or at least a new light will be cast on them. I'll read the next line and come back to it. That is, the desire by the principal character might be achieved, or some new light will be thrown upon the character or situations that will give us a new wisdom or knowledge. What I mean, and this, see, it matches exactly with our story also. So the wife went to the ground to learn the story, learn how to ride a bicycle. And she comes back in a wobbly state, in spite of the big problem, the intensification, that I'm even embarrassing my son. But even then, she comes back with something. Has she achieved? Will she achieve something? Yes, she has achieved. But has she achieved the desire? Does she know how to ride a scooter by the end of the film? No. Does she know how to ride a bicycle? No. But a new light is thrown. A new wisdom is there with the audience, with us. When we see it, we know that due to her resilience, due to her strongness of her character, she can do it alone, and she can overcome societal pressures when even her son is mocked. And she can come back with first day's knowledge. First day's knowledge is I can achieve a wobbly cycle riding. So this will give me the hope. I said this word earlier. And this is what I mean, the new wisdom. The new wisdom, I'll know that this character someday will surely ride the scooter. And that is the new, that is the resolution or the final step. This, in other words, is the audience expectation, which might be met at the end of the story. So audience is having that knowledge. Just to summarize what we said, even with the shortest stories, one is to build a setup. This word I used earlier, didn't use on text in this template. So where the characters are placed, the milieu. In this case, it was a particular kind of an Indian household, and they have got a new scooter. What is their situation? They've got a new scooter. What is the desire? This will lead us to the story. The wife wants to ride the scooter. What steps the character take to pursue their desire or goal? She wants to ride the scooter. Refuse. She wants to ride the wants to learn how to ride a bicycle. Refuse. She does another step to overcome that. What comes as counterforce obstacle when challenges are thrown against the step to pursue the desire? So we have to think of this counterforce or obstacles. That makes the story interesting. And how does the principal character try to overcome the counterforce and obstacle to move towards the desire it originally had? So is the desire achieved? Yes or no? So one can say yes, one can say no. I already explained why it is both yes and no. What new realization, hope comes in the context of the desire, and whatever is achieved of that. So that is the finality of the story. So it is almost 45 minutes, and I'll stop here. I'll first stop the sharing. I am back. You all can react if this was helpful, and if there are more questions, I'm here.
Sir, sir, I am shooted one video related to science practical science activity,
Yes.
experiment activity. So I want to play that video in front of you. So you can suggest me how this video I am converting in a storytelling.
Okay, how long is the video?
It's around 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, please play it.
If you stop me, then I will stop that video on that time.
No,
But sir, if the video is long, you can stop me. I will. Okay.
I'll be happy to watch it, but please take permission whether there is enough time, because there are more speakers in this session.
Yes, sir. It's only 2 minute video, sir. I will show you, sir.
Yes, please.
Share you. Okay, sir. Photos, videos.
Okay, Amitji, you get ready. In the meantime, I see a raised hand.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Please.
Pooja, you can ask your question.
Okay, sir, I have some questions. Firstly, क्या हम किसी भी incident पर storytelling कर सकते हैं?
I will say yes. Any incident can be turned into a story.
Okay.
You have
The
to have
second,
techniques.
yes, please.
You have to take care of the techniques. The simplest technique, or because of I was dealing with short films, When you go into normal, bigger films, bigger videos, the things will become more complex. But in shorter things, if you have a character, if you have a clear goal, clear desire, and obstacles and steps, then it will definitely work.
Okay, so like I have some related questions with this conversation.
Yes.
अगर किसी भी हमारे story में obstacles नहीं होंगे, would we be able to establish that storytelling exactly onto that particular incident or not?
Yes.
क्योंकि यहाँ पर अभी हम जैसे देखें, story was very simple and there were different perspectives to see it. Firstly कि एक single lady अगर चाहे तो वो खुद भी start कर सकती है. हमने ये नहीं देखा कि वो उसने सीख लिया या नहीं सीखा. But she have started in her own way in the last when like everyone denied. The another part is ki another perspective is we were also seeing the condition of any female of who is a housemaker and she wants to learn something, so everybody was denying, and because she was not a bread earner, that's why in that way. तो उन्होंने इंडियन सोसाइटी के उस पार्ट का सहारा लिया अपनी स्टोरी को इस्टेब्लिश करने का. बट इफ वील सी कि अगर यही स्टोरी कहीं और की होगी जहां पर ऐसी सिचुएशन नहीं होगी, सिंस वी आर इन इंडिया एंड वी आर लाइक इन मेल डोमिनेटिंग सोसाइटी एंड जो सिचुएशन इज देयर, उन्होंने उसको एक एक टूल की तरह यूज किया टू एस्टेब्लिश देयर स्टोरी. एंड देयर कुड बी इवन अदर पर्सपेक्टिव्स. बहुत छोटी सी स्टोरी के ये अलग अलग नजरिए हैं. I just told 2 or 3 which I just observed. तो क्या वहां पर नहीं हो सकती कोई भी स्टोरी टेलिंग फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर इंसिडेंट?
Okay. I'll try and answer as much as possible the way I understand. But before that, I have a question for you. You said so many things very nicely. Pooja, did you like the film?
I love it a lot. लेकिन because ये
Now I'll
हाँ
tell you why you love it. That is what my intention was. First, to answer your question, this story is definitely a comment on the male-dominated society and how certain homemakers are being looked at and how their certain desires are not respected, maybe because they're not the quote-unquote bread
bread
earner.
earner.
But that is the context. That is a bigger context. But here in this case, your last question actually was, will this work in any other socioeconomic condition? See, in certain parts of the world, this will work absolutely. But say I'm talking about developed nations, advanced Western nations, where maybe there is a bread earner, but that bread earner, a woman bread earner who contributes to the family as much as the other members. The point is, the problem might not be, the situation might not be exactly as this housewife, but they will have their own socioeconomic situations from which there will be personal desires or overall desires through which stories can be built up. One. So this was especially within our kind of society, and maybe this will be common for lots of Southeast Asian nations. So in this kind of situation, these stories definitely work. In certain other situations, exactly this story might not work. It will work in some other forms. This is the way I get your last question. The other thing, you sometimes feel that there is a desire or something, but there is no confrontation or there is no obstacle. Will the stories work? I would say if there is no obstacle, then the stories won't work. But see, if I didn't use the word obstacle or didn't explain it this way, even this film, which you like so much, you don't have thought it in terms of obstacle. But point is, now when I point out, in future, you can try and think it in terms of obstacle. What? Because these obstacles are not big incidents. They need not be big incidents. कोई भयानक
Exactly.
घटना नहीं होना है.
हाँ.
Like the example, when she wants कि cycle आप सिखा दो, तो to that, the reaction, मोहल्ले वाले देखेंगे हमारा comedy show, and the son also small also making a sarcastic laugh, is a challenge, is a problem.
सर
is
बट
a
एग्जैक्टली माई पॉइंट इज कि अगर यहाँ पर ये सिचुएशन लाइक अगर वो सोसाइटी के उस चीजों को नहीं दिखाते तो वो स्टोरी बिल्डअप ही नहीं हो पाती, तो वो स्टेब्लिश ही नहीं हो पाती.
तो
अगर कोई
objective
भी
मेरा
बाहर वेस्टर्न कल्चर में देयर इज अ फैमिली जिसमें कोई भी कोई इवन किड या फिर मेल या फीमेल एनीवन who wants to learn bicycle, अगर वो अपने फैमिली मेंबर्स से बोलता है want to learn it and then they'll start, वो क्या करेंगे, मैं आई एम नॉट गोइंग ऑन टू दैट, बट वो स्टोरी होती ही नहीं शायद. लाइक आई कुड बी or could be not.
when you think of stories, because of this workshop, I'm assuming everybody is interested. When you think of stories, वैसे अगर situation लगे कि एक situation आप सोचे, एक character आप सोचे, फिर उनका एक goal सोचना है. अभी गोल में आप कंफ्रंटेशन डायरेक्टली उनका रियल लाइफ जो एग्जांपल है, जहां से भी उठा रहे हैं, जहां से कहानी पढ़ रहा है या आइडिया आ रहा है, शायद नहीं मिल रहा है। ये क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग है, ये इमेजिनेशन है कि आपको बिलीवेबल, जो हमें नॉर्मल लगे और जो बिलीवेबल लगे, वो बिलीवेबल तौर पे एक कोई कन्फ्रंटेशन या ऑब्स्टेकल सोचना है, और एक से दूसरा ऑब्स्टेकल जब जाए तब इसको और इंटेंसिफाई किया जाए, तभी कहानी में हमारा इंटरेस्ट बने रहेंगे।
Impact होगा.
Impact
So
ब-
means we have to think about obstacles,
Right.
otherwise story would not be that impactful. So
Not
this
exactly,
was
not
the
exactly.
confirmation.
Otherwise it will be like a journalistic portrayal.
तो
This is
सर फिर इंडियन सोसाइटी पे तो हर चीज के ऊपर स्टोरी बन सकती है, और कहीं बाहर में भी जहाँ पर प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं होंगे, क्या उन पर तो कोई स्टोरी बन ही नहीं सकती. एंड सिंस दैट वाज माय फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन कि क्या स्टोरी हर किसी इंसिडेंट पर बन सकती है, तो फिर वहां तो मेरा क्वेश्चन का आंसर मतलब
नहीं,
इट्स
I'll change that. That's the most interesting point. अगर आपको कोई भी सिचुएशन अच्छा लगे कि आप उसमें एक ट्रूथ दिखे आपको, और आप उसको लेके कहानी बनाना चाहते हैं, और आपको उसमें ऑन द सरफेस ऑफ इट, ऑन द फेस ऑफ इट, आपको कोई ऑब्स्टेकल दिख रहा है, यही मैं टर्म अभी जब का आंसर कर रहे थे तब यूज किया कि आपको क्रिएटिवली कोई सिचुएशन सोचना है जो इनके प्रिंसिपल कैरेक्टर के डिजायर पे एक बाधा, एक रुकावट जैसे होके प्रेजेंट हो रहा है। सच्ची में वो नहीं है, आपका आइडिया नहीं आ रहा है, पर उसको सोचना है, दैट इज क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग। हाँ, वही वही जो कहानी बनाते हैं वो इसे ही सोचते हैं। ये एक्चुअली यहाँ राइटर अमित मसूरकर और डायरेक्टर अमित मसूरकर ने सोचा है कि इसको अगर ऐसे प्रेजेंट करे तो इसका एक काउंटर फोर्स भी दिखाना है। काउंटर फोर्स रहेंगे तो ये वर्क करेंगे। तो कोई भी सिचुएशन में जहां आपको नॉर्मली शायद कोई रुकावट नहीं दिख रहा है, उसमें इसे छोटे फिल्म में एक सिंपल सा गोल और सिंपल सी रुकावट जो लेयर पे इंटेंसिफाई हो रहा है विल वर्क वेरी नाइसली। नाउ से रील का लेंथ पे और भी छोटा नैरेटिव में इसको संभालना मुश्किल होगा, पर पॉसिबल है, डेफिनेटली पॉसिबल है। माय सजेशन फॉर शॉर्टर नैरेटिव्स वुड बी कि हैव अ कैरेक्टर एंड milieu established and have a clear goal, and then facing whatever obstacles you can creatively think of, come to a resolution which might be achievement or a suggestion that it can be achieved later. That would be a simple way of handling it.
ओके. सो द लास्ट पार्ट इज कि अगर हमें कोई भी स्टोरी इस्टेब्लिश करनी है तो ऑब्स्टेकल्स उसमें हमें चाहिए होंगे, हमें ढूंढने पड़ेंगे
Right,
टू
right,
मेक दैट इम्पैक्टफुल.
right, right.
एंड अगर हमें कुछ भी अगर उसमें ऑब्स्टेकल नहीं है, सो तो हमारे क्या नजरिए हो सकते हैं, व्हाट कुड बी द प्रिंसिपल पर्सपेक्टिव्स टू सी एनी सिचुएशन टू मेक दैट स्टोरी ऑन, और टू शूट एनी फिल्म ऑन टू इट. मतलब व्हाट कुड बी द न्यूट्रल पर्सपेक्टिव टू सी एनी पर्सपेक्टिव एज फ्रॉम बीइंग द साइड ऑफ स्टोरी टेलर. तब हम कैसे दिखा सकते हैं ऑब्स्टेकल से, तो हमने अपनी स्टोरी इम्पैक्टफुल बना दी, लेकिन अगर वहाँ पे कोई ऑब्स्टेकल नहीं है एंड स्टिल वी वांट टू शो एनीथिंग, जैसे बहुत सारी मोटिवेशनल चीजें होती हैं जहाँ पर प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो कुड देयर बी एनी प्रिंसिपल्स जिन न्यूट्रल पर्सपेक्टिव्स के थ्रू हमें चीजों को देखना चाहिए टू मेक दैट स्टोरी ऑन, और आर देयर और नॉट दोस्त
Yeah.
नजरिए.
See, there are ways and methods. There are several kinds of storytelling. There are several kinds of experiences. Sometimes in certain videos, certain short films, certain short narratives, you will find कि कोई गोल नहीं है, कोई गोल भी नहीं है, कि कोई ऑब्स्टेकल ही नहीं है. ये भी हो सकता है, पर उस कहानी का टारगेट कुछ अलग है. उन कहानी शायद आपको कोई वो जो एक्सपीरियंस होता है वीडियो देखने की, उसमें आपको एक्सपीरियंस में आपको ले जाने की कोशिश है उन मेकर्स की. पर हम यहाँ स्टोरी नैरेटिव्स डिस्कस कर रहे थे, जिस नैरेटिव्स में क्लियरली स्टोरी निकलते हैं. स्टोरी निकलने में क्या टेक्निक्स होना चाहिए, इसमें हमने आज का डिस्कशन इस पे रिस्ट्रिक्टेड रखे. पर इससे निकल के अगर दूसरे तरह के स्टोरीज, दूसरे तरह के वीडियो लाइफ एक्सपीरियंसेस जो वीडियो के जरिए, शॉर्ट फिल्म के जरिए, ऑडियो विजुअल इमेजेस के जरिए पेश किया जाए, वो एक अलग डिस्कशन है. आज का डिस्कशन एज पर द आवर टारगेट वाज टू पिन पॉइंट टुवर्ड्स स्टोरी, हाउ टू मेक स्टोरीज वर्क. सो दैट्स व्हाई वी रेस्ट्रिक्टेड टू स्टोरी. बट टू आंसर योर क्वेश्चन, वहां क्या एक न्यूट्रल पर्सपेक्टिव होगा या कोई पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्टिव पर्सपेक्टिव होगा, ये बाद में सोचा जा सकता है. आप जैसे आप बोले मोटिवेशन है, तो अगर वो विजुअल्स, वो सिचुएशन, वो कैरेक्टर और जो भी आप दिखा रहे, जो एक्सपीरियंस आप क्रिएट करने चाह रहे हैं वीडियो के जरिए, उसमें अगर सच्ची है, इफ इट इज अ ट्रूथफुल सिचुएशन एंड कहानी के लिए शूट कर रहे हैं, उसको आप ट्रूथफुली क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि ट्रूथ दिखे, जैसे कि उसका सच्चाई दिखे, आपको मन में लगे, तब डेफिनेटली हो सकता है। पर इसमें भी एक बात बोलने का है कि जो हमें लगता है कि प्योरली मोटिवेशनल है, ऑब्स्ट्रक्शंस नहीं है, उसमें हिडन लेयर्स पे ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन रहते हैं, जो छोटे छोटे रिएक्शन पे या कोई एक जेस्चर पे, वहां भी ऑब्स्ट्रक्शंस छुपे रहते हैं। दैट्स व्हाई आई सेड ये सारे ऑब्स्ट्रक्शंस हर टाइम कोई बड़ा कोई बिग इंसिडेंट नहीं होना, इंसिडेंट होगा ये कोई नेसेसिटी नहीं है, वो कोई छोटा रिएक्शन हो सकता है, छोटा जेस्चर हो सकता है, इससे भी आप ऑब्स्ट्रक्शंस को प्रेजेंट कर सकते हो। पर our discussion is definitely restricted towards storytelling films.
ओके सर, यू वर राइट, बट मेरा वो क्वेश्चन ऑनेस्टली इसी से आया था। इफ यू सेड कि ऑब्स्टेकल्स ढूंढना पड़ेगा, सो आई वाज लाइक कि इफ ऑब्स्टेकल वुड नॉट बी देयर, तो व्हाट कुड बी द नजरिए टू सी दैट पर्सपेक्टिव्स, तो वहां से आया। बट ओके फाइन, गॉट इट,
Yeah.
थैंक्स।
Next.
Hi, this is Alokananda Sen, APRA of NCSM headquarters. So
Yes.
I had one question.
Yes, please.
If in terms of museums or let's just say other like national library of the sorts, so how do we decide to put inanimate objects in the storyline in this kind of setting? Or do you have like a different format for these kind of storylines?
Hello. Sorry.
Hello.
Am I audible? Okay, thank you. Yeah. So in terms of museums, your question is how do you characterize or how do you...
ফরম্যাটটা ছোট হয়ে গেল কেন? ছোট হয়ে গেল কেন এটা? এটা তো ছোট হয়ে গেছে। হ্যাঁ, ওই জন্যই এটা ঢুকে গেছে। নাহলে বড় হলে এটা বড় হলে পরে ঢুকে যেত এমনি। ঠিকই বলেছেন আপনি।
Hello.
So yeah, inanimate objects in
Yeah,
these kind of
then I will
storyline.
the other audio. The point is, for any inanimate object, now it depends on the object, but say I'm assuming it's an inanimate object which is similar to a cluster of inanimate objects, and maybe you want to say by inanimate object that you are referring to is Z, and there are A, B, C, D's, lots of other inanimate objects. Now, first thing is, why do we concentrate on Z and not on others? There has to be some speciality to this inanimate character object in comparison to other inanimate objects. That cases, the technique would be for storytelling under such situation is that out of all the inanimate objects, my inanimate object Z is the hero of the film. Why is it a hero? To make that character, that inanimate object a hero, it has to have some speciality. There can be 1,000 birds in a flock of birds, but one particular bird is our hero. So that particular character has to have a speciality. Then you have to create a speciality to that character. Now, when that speciality to that character comes in, then it becomes our hero. Then it can start its journey. So that is one obvious technique of handling inanimate characters in case of museums. So you have a museum, you have 100 exhibits, out of which if you want to put equal attention to all 100 exhibits, then it is just a descriptive video. It doesn't attract attention particularly. But out of the 100 exhibits, if you concentrate on one, which is okay, say I'm taking a random example. Maybe they are artifacts from a historical site. I'm taking a completely different example. Artifacts excavated from a historical site. They are broken pieces, broken vessels, broken stone weapons, or whatever it is. Now I have an entire range of it. Maybe out of this whole set of things, I find something which is not related to survival. Maybe it's part of a bangle, or maybe it's a special thing which releases water, which looks like a portion of a water fountain which was used in some earlier civilization. That can become a standout, that can stand out among others. So in that case, the key word is, if you're working with inanimate objects, if you plan to give equal importance to all 10, then it is just a descriptive video, which in all probabilities we will pause and play and not watch the whole thing. But if you want people to watch it, then you have to get a hero out of it, or maybe 2-3 objects become a hero out of it, and then you have to portray speciality. Okay, this is the entire range, and this is why this character is special, this inanimate object is special. Does that answer a bit of your question?
A bit, but I wanted to know that let's say we are only choosing one object, yes? So what about, as you said, it's going to be descriptive. So what about how should we make it more interesting, and instead of like having a more simple story, but like more interesting so that we can catch a wider audience, so that
There,
we can appeal to a wider
right,
audience?
there can be several methods. Say your inanimate object and you are saying it is only one. And that character, that inanimate object can have its own journey. Okay. If it's an inanimate object, it will have its own shelf life. It will have its own function. It will have its own purpose, which was maybe before this particular object came into became interesting. Maybe some other inanimate object was taking care of the function that this inanimate object is supposed to carry through. So in this case, the one idea that comes to my mind straight away is that this inanimate object will have its own journey. Then that journey can be the story of this inanimate object, of in this case a single inanimate object. Then by definition it is already your hero, and then you track its growth, or track its development, track its maturity, track its functionality. Then although it is descriptive, I'm still see the journey of an inanimate object, and that will draw my attention. Now this is one suggestion. There can be thousand other ways. Really.
Could you give us an example of anything else, like any other suggestions?
Means portrayal methods, like I
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
taking carrying on with the life's journey of the inanimate object.
Not just the journey, not just the journey, maybe something else as well.
Then see the most, because it's inanimate, it will have a particular function in its own world. Then it's very, I think the most and this way many I would say corporate films or many other advertisement films, social communication films are based on this. If they don't rely upon a character like a human character, and if they have inanimate characters, then it will try to concentrate. Then definitely, if you're not tracking its journey, then it'll simply try to concentrate on its usability, try to concentrate on its functionality, and what is the benefit of it, and how is it more beneficial than its predecessors, or how is it relevant, maybe how is it more strongly recommendable in the context of, say, environmental issues or any other issues. Whatever means, I have to assume, I'm sort of assuming that this is an industrial product. It can be anything else also. So in that case, so you have to like, again, but my first line, which was like, from among a cluster you make something a hero, that logic still holds good here. So if you have a inanimate object, you have to make it hero, you have to find its good point, and you have to highlight on that. So that will form that story, that this achieves not this but this achieves not Z but T. So, and in achieving T and B, it is actually doing this things good. So then, although it is a singular perspective, that I'm saying all things good about it, that is a limitation of the perspective. But even then, I am totally highlighting its good points, or the, maybe it's not also good, maybe it's the speciality points, why you want people to watch this video. That same logic can work. So these can be the two methods that comes to the top of my mind.
All right. Okay.
Sir, may I ask?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. So the story you have shown us, उसमें मतलब how should I take it? Like, what was the conclusion? कि जो lady है वो if she want to learn और सबने मना कर दिया bicycle और सबने मना कर दिया तो वो सीख नहीं सकती. So she started by her own. And the last, या फिर मतलब व्हाट वाज द कंक्लूजन? आई जस्ट आई एम नॉट गेटिंग बिकॉज आई थिंक मेंशन डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव, सो आई वाज नॉट गेटिंग कि उस स्टोरी में दिखाने की क्या कोशिश करी थी
Okay.
कि
I'll,
द कंडीशन एंड सिचुएशन ऑफ द सोसाइटी, और द एग्जैक्टली उसकी विल पावर इन द लास्ट, और व्हाट एग्जैक्टली?
I think willpower in the last, of course. I think willpower.
ओके.
And but see, there are definite visual indicators to what is the achievement. See, why I'll say visual indicators. That's why stories through moving images have their own unique character. What do we see the character in the end? The character comes back, keeps the bicycle. She's not come injured. She's not fallen off. She comes wobbling with the cycle. Okay,
Yes.
she's not perfectly riding it, but somehow managing it. Maybe 20 times, 50 times she will put her feet down, but she will manage to bring it home. So that's
Yes.
little achievement for a first day's self-learning bicycle training.
Okay.
Okay. So that is the achievement. So it establishes her willpower, and
Okay.
willpower is carried through in the kitchen scene. Okay, I am still doing it, and I'll still cook the food for you. Ah, you can mock me, you can refuse me, but my things I'll achieve. What do I cook? And then these other people give up to the willpower of this housewife. This is the
Okay. Okay, so this was the one story which you have shown us, but do you have any other stories in your mind which you could give me like an example which I should see or which I could later see by myself? कि जहाँ पर ऐसे किसी स्टोरी में किसी सिचुएशन का सहारा ना लिया हो कुछ अपनी स्टोरी को बिल्डअप या इम्पैक्टफुल सेट इस्टेब्लिश करने के लिए. So you can just name me. I'd love to watch them. Since you are so experienced and already into storytelling, I would
Okay.
like to see some
What
movie.
I'll do is I'll
Just
send.
like an examples.
Yes. I'll make a. I wasn't prepared for this. I'll make a
Mm-hmm.
small short list of shorter narratives. Choose from
Huh.
short narratives and send it over formally to you.
Definitely, I would see them. And also, like which what I noticed about this कि हमने आज जैसे एक story का example लिया and we were talking about and more discussing about that only.
Yeah.
But I also am very much open to even know other perspectives कि जब भी हम किसी भी चीज़ के regarding storytelling कर रहे हैं, तो क्या हमारे पास ऐसे कुछ principal rules हो सकते हैं हमारे mind में apart than this obstacle thing or any other? Just say if we talk about camera, there are some specific positions, compositions which we do talk about, तो हमारी picture उससे enhance हो जाती है, अच्छी हो जाती है. Of course, वो हर किसी के केस में 100% वर्क नहीं करता because सबका point of view अलग होता है and every frame has a different composition. So in storytelling, since this was my weak point and that's why I was even more interested into this area, and since asking so many of questions, so just I'm asking.
Yeah. See, there's a very pertinent questions, but this is beyond the scope of this lecture because see, that's why I concentrated on more on the story, what's happening in terms of action, reaction, action and counter reaction in these terms. But you are right. Even in this film, you will see there are so many interesting way the frames have been chosen. I'll just mark one example for you because you are so interested. Say the frame where we first come to the ground, I mean the playground, where the children are playing and the mother will be seen at the background trying to learn it on her own. So in that frame, the director has given a clear perspective, and this can be interpreted if you wanted to interpret it in that way. This is open to audience interpretation. The interpretation is in the foreground with the sound, with the volume of the characters. By volume we mean कि एक frame में कितना दिख रहा है वो character. So the children are seen full bodied in the foreground. they शोर शराबा कर रहा है, खेल रहा है, वो foregrounded है, उनका मजा चल रहा है. और बैकग्राउंड में जिसका जरा सर वॉइस ही कम है, जैसे आपने आइडेंटिफाई किया इस स्टोरी को, जैसी वॉइस ही कम है उनका, वो आप फिर से देखेंगे लेफ्ट ऑफ फ्रेम से वो एंटर करती है और वहां पे कुछ किए जा रहे हैं. ठीक से नहीं देखेंगे तो शायद नोटिस भी नहीं हो, पर कंसंट्रेशन हमारा उनके ऊपर है. तो सोसाइटी में सामने जो भी चले, बैकग्राउंड में वो अपना विल पावर के साथ अपना जो अटेम्प्ट है, अपना जो कोशिश है, वो जारी रखती है. ये जो इतना जो हम बोले इसके बारे में, ये सिंपली एक फ्रेम का कैरेक्टर्स का पोजीशन के ऊपर क्रिएट किया गया है. ऐसे एग्जांपल्स ये फिल्म में और भी है और दूसरे फिल्म्स में भी है. But this is a complex discussion that
Mhm.
what kind of framing, what kind of things to use. And
No, no, that framing could be different. I was just asking simple storytelling कि अगर हमें किसी भी चीज के ऊपर
no, but
storytelling
I'll come
करनी
to
है.
another point. What you said very interestingly, perspective.
Okay.
The point is, see, in a short film space, in a short narrative space, multiple perspectives लाना बहुत difficult है. और अगर multiple perspectives आ जाए, multiple perspectives आ जाए, तो फिल्म इतना शॉर्ट रखना बहुत मुश्किल है. पर जहां आप बड़े फिल्म्स देखेंगे, कॉम्प्लेक्स फिल्म्स देखेंगे, अब मे बी फीचर फिल्म लेंथ का चीज देखेंगे, वहां देखेंगे कि ये जो मेन डिजायर, मेन प्लॉट चल रहा है, उसमें से कभी कभी हम यूज करते हैं ये टर्म सब प्लॉट. कभी कोई माइनर कैरेक्टर की भी एक जर्नी होती है. हाँ, उसका भी ये आ जाता है. अभी मान लीजिए माइनर कैरेक्टर की पर्सपेक्टिव से कुछ दिखा जाता है, मेन कैरेक्टर के पर्सपेक्टिव से कुछ दिखाया जाता है, न्यूट्रल पर्सपेक्टिव से कुछ दिखाया जाता है. वहां पे बहुत सारे पर्सपेक्टिव एक साथ एग्जिस्ट करते हैं. पर ये जो पर्सपेक्टिव, मल्टीपल पर्सपेक्टिव्स की बात है, ये छोटा नैरेटिव्स में अचीव करना, आई एम नॉट सेइंग इम्पॉसिबल, मे बी सम फैंटास्टिक थिंकिंग कैन लीड अस टू दैट, बट यूजुअली इट इज इम्पॉसिबल. The point is, in shorter narratives we have to learn to tell simple stories. So in simple stories it will be a single perspective. In this case we might say it's the maker's perspective, but that is the only perspective, and which बहुत सारे align करते हैं इस principal character के साथ. पर यहाँ पे मान लो कि अगर हम दिखाना चाहते हैं कि हस्बैंड का क्या पर्सपेक्टिव है, उनका एक अलग ही नजरिया ही है दिखाने, ये सिचुएशन और उनका जिंदगी का सिचुएशन दिखाने का, वो इसमें एंटरटेन नहीं हुआ है, क्योंकि ये छोटा फिल्म है, छोटा स्टोरी है. तो पर्सपेक्टिव के आप सोचे, जितना कॉम्प्लेक्स सोचेंगे, that is possible to be handled in bigger narratives, not in such short narratives.
Okay.
Okay, but I'll definitely send you over a small list of some interesting materials to watch.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll.
Sir, can I share, sir?
Yeah, of course, but it's 1 hour 15 minutes because the speakers waiting. Is it?
So we are already running late, Amit, so you can show it later on.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please carry on.
And we will plan a customized storytelling session with you for science museums especially.
Sure, no problem. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
So our next session is on sound recording and design, and the resource person is Professor Tapas Bhattacharya. And the session will deal with basics of sound capture, ambience, dialogue, recording, and the creative role of sound in cinematic expression. So,
hello.
Yes. So I welcome you, sir.
Yeah, my name is Tapan Bhattacharya.
Tapan Bhattacharya. I'm sorry, sir. Tapan Bhattacharya. I will give a brief bio of Professor Tapan Bhattacharya. He is a senior sound designer, audiographer, and educator with over 20 years of experience in feature films, documentaries, television, and academics. Graduate of SRFTI Kolkata, he has worked on several nationally and internationally acclaimed projects as a location sound engineer, sound designer, dubbing engineer, and re-recording mixer. He has been teaching sound design for nearly 2 decades, mentoring students in sound aesthetics, recording techniques, and post-production workflows. His films credit include collaboration with Aparna Sen, Gautam Ghosh, Rafiq Elias, and Pradipta Bhattacharya, and award-winning works such as Mr. and Mrs. Iyer and 720 Degrees, HBO Award winner, Venice Film Festival selection. And he has also contributed to international documentary projects for BBC, NHK Japan, PSBT India, and Irish and Finnish production houses. In addition, he has worked as an acoustic and technical consultant for studios and auditoriums, including the Cinema Centenary buildings of the government of West Bengal and UNICEF-supported studio projects across India. So, warm welcome, sir. So, may I now request you to conduct the session and give us brief information on all these topics, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Am I visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, can I request you all to keep your microphone muted?
Yes, everyone, please do this.
Okay. So our topic is like the role of sound in cinematic expression, rather creative role of sound in cinematic expression, and how to record sound on the real field. So it's a, I mean, to cover from the aesthetics of sound to the technicalities of sound, it's really a big journey. So let me start with screening a film first, because how creatively sound works in storytelling. In order to discuss that, we need to watch a small segment of a film. I'm going to share it. The first time we are going to watch it without sound, and the second time we'll rewatch it with sound, so that we can understand how sound plays its role in creative storytelling. So let's start it, and I hope all of you have watched this film. This is immensely popular film called Kung Fu Panda.
Like without the sound, I'm saying.
Sir, audio is not coming.
So the first time we'll watch it without sound. Can you
Okay,
hear
sir.
me?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I mean, then with sound, then we can differentiate what are the differences in these two types of watching.
Okay, understood, sir. Okay.
Let's stop it and watch it again from the top.
Legend tells of a legendary warrior whose kung fu skills were the stuff of legend. He traveled the land in search of worthy foes. I see you like to chew. Maybe you should chew on my fist! The warrior said nothing, for his mouth was full. Then he swallowed. And then he spoke. Enough talk. Let's fight. He was so deadly, in fact, that his enemies would go blind from overexposure to pure awesomeness.
He's too awesome!
And attractive.
How can we repay you? There is no charge for awesomeness or attractiveness. It mattered not how many foes he faced. They were no match for his bodacity. Never before had a panda been so feared and so loved. Even the most heroic heroes in all of China, the Furious Five, bowed in respect to this great master. We should hang out. Agreed. But hanging out would have to wait. Because when you're facing the 10,000 demons of Demon Mountain, there's only one thing that matters. And that's...
Oh? Get up! You'll be late for work!
What?
So, those who are watching it, can anybody specify that how the experience changes with the, incorporation of sound? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can anybody just point out how the experience changes from the first viewing to the second viewing?
So the sound and audio makes it more immersive.
Yeah, can you repeat it? Repeat your, whatever you have said. I couldn't understand.
The sound and audio makes the video more immersive for us.
More immersive. Okay, and anybody else?
Like the impact increases when we add sound to a simple visual.
Okay. And anything else?
After having the sound, it connects directly with the video or the or the story, or mostly the video. After adding the sound, we can directly connect it with the video.
Okay. And anything else?
So without sound, it didn't felt like connecting to anything. It was hard to guess what was happening. Only the visuals made us clear that yes, as of me, I have watched the film earlier, but with sound, I could connect it that yes, something fun or something adventure is coming ahead.
Okay. So from whatever you said, we can conclude that it is becoming more enjoyable when we watch it with sound. And secondly, can I ask you one question that about the story time, the amount, the visual length you have watched with music, with the soundtracks and without the soundtrack, did you feel that the time period is like the same?
No, sir.
Without sound, it feels like very longer.
Without sound, you felt it very longer, and with sound,
Yeah,
it's
it's
short.
short, not short, as like with sound
Not
we directly
enjoyable.
connected. Yeah, is directly connected with the video, so it don't feel the time, like how many times is going and all.
So you did notice actually, pay your attention towards the time elapsed. Okay. So, we can conclude that the story clarity we got when we watched the film with the soundtrack, and secondly, the emotion. Can you see this PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
One more thing I noticed.
Yeah.
When there was no sound, the narration was only written on the screen as subtitles. It was not clear that the person shown in the visuals is the one who is speaking as well. But when the sound was spoken and he was speaking, In the midway also only I got it that okay, he's over exaggerating it. Otherwise, I was feeling like somebody else is talking about him. So maybe he was really being revered as the greatest warrior of all. But when he was speaking for himself, I got to know that either he's joking or he's into a dream or something like that.
Okay. So, I mean, we are concluding like this, the story clarity got increased, then the emotion intensified and warmth and tension. You felt it, so you felt connected with the storyline. And then the rhythm and energy, pace, impact, and timing. This pace has increased and the impact on our psychology, that is, I mean, meaningfully impacted on our psychology. And the timing of the film, we felt it shorter because we connected ourselves with the storyline. And the other thing, that is the most important thing, that where the story is taking place, that the cinematic world was not presented, or we couldn't feel the existence of the cinematic world when we were watching it without sound. Now, with the presence of the sound, we could feel the space, the size of the world, and when the panda was walking on this wooden path, and we could feel the sound of the breeze, and the other something is wobbling. So all the sounds we could hear. And then when he enters into that big hall where everybody was waiting for somebody to come with feared eyes, and so we could feel the cinematic world. Now, what are the elements that they have used to create this soundscape? The first is the dialogue. So why the dialogue is important? Because dialogue carries the plot and subtext. You see, in the previous lecture, Professor Shannal elaborated on how stories are told, where conflict is one of the most important element that he has described. In order to create the conflict in the previous film also, the main element was dialogue. There was some physical activities and all, but primarily the conflict was communicated to us by the dialogue. So dialogue is the most important part of soundtrack, which carries the story forward. Each and every character has its identifying sound, and that is basically the timbre of their voice. And through that, we can identify the character, like he rightly pointed out, that after hearing the sound, it creates some kind of meaning that who is speaking it. That clarity we got. And second, after dialogue, there is music, but I'll come back to it. Second element that we use, that is called Foley, because all the incidental sounds that we can hear in the film, that is called Foley, like the footsteps, rustles, the fighting sounds, the clicking sounds. And this Foley sound brings in realism in cinema. You see, all the sorts, this is a animation film. So the picture, the film, that the images that we are watching, it's all are hand-drawn or created images. So we initially, the image was appearing to us like the two-dimensionally something is happening in front of us on the screen. And we have ample we have many reasons not to believe it. But when it is coming us with sound, we are watching it with sound, we actually forget to ask question whether they're real or not. You can, let me get back to the film once again, and let me show you this segment.
Travel the land in search of worthy foes.
You see the sudden impact on the door opening, and it, I mean, with the thud of that sound, we can get to understand that somebody gigantic is getting into the room, and see the coins are falling on the floor. So this is a hand-drawn coin. It's actually an image only. There's no physical existence of it. But when it is hitting the floor in the film, we can get to hear the metal cling. So we are concluding that these are the coins. So image gets its character whenever it is juxtaposed with the sound. So the real character is getting created by the sound. It's called the Foley sound. So we said that it brings in realism. The Foley sound actually brings realism to the film. Now, okay, and makes the image heavy with meaning. Heavy with meanings means whenever we are watching the film, it leaves us with no other option to think about it. Because whenever we are looking at it and hearing the metal cling, we readily we are coming to the conclusion that it is made of metals. Now, yeah, then comes music. This is like the most important weapon which set the tempo and the mood of the spectators, guides the attention, emotion of the spectators. It always dictates how to think, how to look at the film, how to feel the event that is happening in front of you. And now this is the most neglected part of the film, but it is immensely important. It's called ambience. Ambience means the peripheral sounds that we can get to hear. It is defines the place where from where the event is taking place. See, it delivers meaning, builds world and space, the ambience, and along with it, reverberation. Reverberation means all the places where we live in have its own signature reverberation. Whenever we get to hear it, say for example, if somebody speaks in a bathroom, then the kind of tonality or the kind of sound that we get, we can readily identify that the person is in a reverberant place, and the reverberation is not like a hall-like or church-like reverberation. It's reverberation time is quite small, and it is like a bathroom kind of space where it's a relatively small space. But when somebody is in a cave or in a large hall like church or any opera music hall, then kind of reverberation will understand he's in a very big space. So these two things, this ambience, sounds, and the reverberations that which you can get to hear along with the dialogues, will identify a space. Now, these are the very basic part of it. Now, you see, in case of the application of sound, the dialogue is the principal sound that is there in the front and in a 5.1 setup, or say in a mono setup, wherever, what kind of setup it may be, we are placing the dialogues at the front level. Means it will be hard, it will be the loudest dialogues. Whenever dialogue will be there, it will be the loudest component of the soundtrack. Now comes the music and the ambience and sound effects. Sometimes we hear the term, I'm pretty sure that you have heard the term sound designing. Sound designing does mean that whenever you're making a film, in order to carry the emotional, in order to carry or explore the possibilities of the stories, the kind of sounds that we are using and design it, keeping these elements like dialogue, ambience, foley, and music. The way we design it is called the sound designing. And in this scope of sound designing, you will find that all the music and all the elements, we don't keep them in the same level. We actually play with the levels of all the elements. Principle is like this: the dialogue should be the loudest element whenever it will be present. So we should have to give emphasis on the dialogue, and every time it should be clearly heard. Now the music, if you can remember that the segment that we have watched at the beginning of this lecture, there the music was not at the same level everywhere. The composition of the music varied, and its level also got changed to time. Whenever the fighting was going on, all the sound effects like the follies, the metal clings, the effects in musical effects also, they were raised, and when the dialogue came again, they got down. So this kind of playing with the musical and the sound elements level is the key part of creating the feeling. If we keep all the elements at the same level, you'll find that our emotion or our engagement with the storyline, it is not varying. Whenever something which is very interesting taking place on the screen, then the sound design should be the sound should be designed in a fashion so that our concentration goes on the action and our feeling got enhanced. So our plan is to record the dialogue in such a way so that it is clear, loud, and undistorted. And then we need to lay the other tracks. Lay the other tracks means we need to layer up one by one the other tracks, effects, and music and ambience, and then finally mix it. So in order to achieve this aesthetic goal, we need to follow some technical lineups. Like the first thing is we need to record the sound, maybe in the location, maybe in the studio. The dialogue should be recorded first. Okay. Then we need to clean it if it is recorded we generally follow two ways of recording. One is the recording is done in the location only itself. It is called the live sound. And then sometimes we dub it in the studio. The location sound that we record, if it is not well enough, if it is mixed with lots of other unwanted sounds, then we can leave it and we dub it, or we record all the dialogues in the studio in synchronization with the images. So this is called dubbing. Again, after dubbing, when we dub any film, we need to record every beat of sound of that. like the sync effects, like the footsteps, like the metal clings, whatever the action we can see that can accompany any kind of sound, we actually record it in the studio when we dub it. After that, lots of other effects we can lay, like the thunder and rain and all. So if these are needed to be laid, then we lay it, and then comes music. So we lay music also. This is called the track laying portion. So now after track laying, we mix it in the way it is required, like it depends on the delivery formats. So while recording dialogues, we actually use two kinds of microphones. One is, this is the shotgun microphones. It is mounted on a fishpole or boom rod, so that we can approach the character, we can go closer to the character and record the microphone. It gives more natural sound, because whenever we record or place a microphone on top of a character, we actually recording the direct sound as well as the reflected sound from the other surfaces of the place. So we are getting the natural perspective. Now, whenever we are using lapel microphones, lavalier microphones, it is actually used for the coverage purpose when we can miss something with the shotgun microphones. If we miss anything, then we can use this lavalier sound information that we can get from lavalier microphones. So this, and again, I can show you that these are the professional gears that we use in case of the film. This is a recorder. This is the recorder, and these are the other the visual cues are there, and this is a mixer. This is called a mixer. Now, I mean, for your purpose, it's very difficult to handle all these things. So these portable recorders are available also. And this is a field recorder. It's called Zoom H4n Pro. It's a good quality recorder. You can use it. And now this is a rig which has been used where this microphone are used, and this is called the mufflers or the windshield. So our primary objective, as I said, that is to record the dialogues as clear and as loud as possible and as undistorted as possible. It shouldn't be distorted actually. So use of this kind of mufflers or windshields are very important, because if we don't use this kind of windshield, you'll find that the sound of wind hitting the diaphragms will distort the dialogue actually. So you people, whenever you are walking with a mobile, you can create this kind of rig where you can fix a small microphone. It's a shotgun microphone, and you can attach it with this mobile camera, so that you can get the perspective of the sound as well as undistorted sound. Now, let me give you some important tips about the recording. The first thing is that we should record the sound undistorted. Second is, while recording, we should use .wav as format for recording, not MP3. Now, there are two very important things which should be kept in our mind. One is the sampling frequency of recording, which should be 48 kilohertz. And the second one is the bit depth. We should keep 16 bit. We should, while setting up our recorders, we should keep in mind that the bit depth should be at least 16 bit. If it will be better if you can use 24-bit recording. Now, the use of windshield, as I said earlier, this is the most important thing whenever you are using the microphone, whatever it can be, the shotgun microphone or lapel microphone, to avoid the wind sound of hitting the microphone, we should use this windshield. And and this is one of the most important thing that should be kept in mind, that don't approach too close to the sound source, because if you approach too close, it might get distorted. So that's a very brief and I think lecture about what we can do while filming with the mobile camera. So now, if you have any question, you can please ask me.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
My name is Shaurudeep. My first question is, how can we use special sound effect in short videos to make it more appealing?
So how can you use means technically or aesthetically? What is your question? Technically, how can you execute it?
Yes. How can I use when I making a short or short video for Facebook? How am I supposed to use sound effect or dialogue in it?
No, I mean, as I said that you record the dialogue on location. Okay, use lapel microphone. And while recording, yeah, please.
No, sir. Please continue, sir.
Yeah, use lapel microphones. And if you don't want to use lapel microphones, you can use the shotgun microphones and approach the character so that you can record it from close proximity, but undistorted, so that in the first record a piece and then check it whether it has got distorted or not, then carry on the recording. But after recording, you need to do some kind of post-production. That is the most important part. And for that, you need to use the software. I mean, can you tell me that which software do you use for doing this post-production, for editing and all?
Sir, I do not have any software for post-production.
But how do you make this kind of reels? Use your...
I prefer using my mobile.
Okay. So in mobile also, you will find some softwares are there, or if you have any software like Adobe Premiere or anything like that, you can use that. In case of reel making, there are some softwares where you can lay tracks like that. Like I said, you have your dialogue, you can lay the music and other effects in it. Okay, it is better if you go and use some kind of software like Adobe Premiere and all. Then you will get lots of flexibilities in doing so, because these kind of softwares, real making softwares, have their own limitations that don't allow you to use extra sound effects. And in mobile also, it's very difficult to handle all the things. Okay, so it is always suggested use different software like Adobe Premiere and all, where you will get the opportunity to import lots of sounds. Whatever you want to do, you can do there.
Another thing, how
Yeah.
can I record studio-like sound at home? Is it possible?
It's very difficult.
Uh,
I mean,
in order to eliminate the ambient sound that gets captured during the shooting while capturing on mobile or
there,
yeah.
but it is very difficult to record or you need to use, it's very difficult to record sound without ambient sound. For that, you need a specialized space called studio, where we are restricting the sound to get in.
Right, sir.
Another possibility is there, but for that you need to have professional software like noise reduction softwares are there. You can use that, and by using noise reduction software, you can eliminate some of the noises. But if it is, if it's there's a term called signal to noise ratio, means your desired signal to the noise or the ambient noise. If the ratio is too small, then it will be very difficult to eliminate that from the original dialogue. Okay.
Can you suggest some softwares to eliminate?
Sir, I have a
Can
question.
we use Audition for this?
Uh,
Adobe Audition.
no, Adobe Audition will not be sufficient for that. You can use Adobe Premiere. That is an editing software, and where you will
Sir,
get.
I use Adobe Premiere Pro, sir,
Yeah,
for
yeah. I mean
editing.
that is a very good software, and you'll get
I
lot of.
also use that.
In Adobe Premiere, you will get all the opportunities to work out.
Sir, I am also using Adobe Premiere Pro. My question was, sometimes when I record the dialogues, I do not get the desired output that I want. The voice is either too little or, just below the little, but just below average. So sometimes I have to rise the voice, and we cannot actually figure out as to what is the optimum level of that voice, which will, because people will see the reel on their mobile phones while I am wearing a headphone while editing. So sometimes I do not get the point where it will be just fine for the viewers to listen to it. And can you tell me at how many dBs I should, rise the voice so that it doesn't break when it is heard in speakers also or earphones also, and it is okay with mobile also?
Do you work with Adobe Premiere Pro?
Yes, I am working on Adobe Premiere Pro.
Okay, Adobe Premiere Pro, if you raise your voice, I mean, raise the dialogue tracks up to -6 dB.
It won't
And
break.
no, it won't break. It won't break. And another thing, you'll find that there is some plugin called compressor. Okay, there. So you have to use that compressor, reduce the dynamic range, means the softest sound in your soundtrack and the loudest sound of your soundtrack should be within a limit, within a range. Otherwise, you will not be able to listen to the soundtrack when played. When played, you will not be able to listen it properly. So, no, I mean, it's not enough to keep your dialogue level at a certain level, like -6 dB. And after that, you need to use dynamics like compressor in order to compress your final soundtrack so that it will be heard properly.
Will I find this compressor or say
It is there. It is there in the Adobe Premiere. You'll go to the plugin sections. You'll find it.
in plugin?
Yeah.
Okay, so another question. I wanted to know that we see in movies and theater and also in videos nowadays that when we wear earphones, we can actually feel that if say somebody is coming from the right and appearing on the screen and then going into the blue to the left, we can actually feel the sound. That sound is also present, like it starts from right in the right earphone. We can hear the footsteps. Then when he's on the screen, we can hear it on both the earphones. Then when he moves out to the left, we can hear it in the left earphone. Sir, how can I create that effect in my videos? I wanted to ask that.
So, I mean, you can achieve it while working with Adobe Premiere Pro. So for that, you need to pan the sound effects from left to right. The person is moving from left to right. So the footstep sound is moving from the left to right. You need to pan it from left to right. But you know, I mean, this needs real training, or you can use some tutorials that you find in YouTube, that how to mix audio in Adobe Premiere. You will
Sir,
find it there.
do I have to keep in mind something while recording also, or it is
No,
done
no, no, no. I
completely
mean,
on animatable?
you can do it at the time of recording, at the time of location recording, but it is not advisable because you don't know what are the portions you are going to keep at the time of editing. You don't know. So while recording at the location, you should record it in mono format, and after track lay and while mixing, you should do this panning and all. Okay.
Okay, sir. So it is done on action table.
It is done in the post production.
Okay, okay, sir. I will look into it and try to find some videos if I can on YouTube to as to how to do it.
Yeah.
Sir, in a video, the dialogue sound is how much dB, and background sound is uh, how much dB prefer, and these sound effects, Foley sounds,
No.
how much these dBs.
No, it depends on the software that you are working with. One, so that means what I am trying to say, that what you are going to make the content, what you are dealing with, the visuals, so that will actually dictate what will be the decibel like, and it will vary software to software. What kind of software you're using?
Sir, Premiere Pro.
Oh, you are also using Premiere. Okay, fine. So, I mean, you go by your ear. Use a pair of good headphones, and I mean, try to see that what is your desired sound levels. Okay, if you feel satisfied, keep it, because I mean, it is very difficult to tell you. I can tell you that if you keep it in -6 dB, the dialogue -6 dB, then the effects will be at 8 dB, -8 dB, but it will not be correct to suggest you that way, because it depends on what kind of video you are working with. So it is the aesthetic choice, you know. And throughout, and as I said in my lecture also, that throughout the film you should keep all the elements at the same level. You'll have to play with it. Sometimes when there'll be music, when the dialogue will be on, music will go down, and then where is no dialogue, music will go up. Sometimes when you'll see I'm talking in terms of the fiction films, when the fighting is going on, then it might also happen that the effects sounds, that means the fighting effects, the rustling, that comes up, the music goes down. So it is, I mean, there is no thumb rule that you should keep the dialogue is at this level and the music at that level. It depends on the music structure also. If you are using bass guitar, you can push it up. You are using saxophone or something like sitar, it may be possible that you cannot push that sound up. It will collide with the voice. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sir, when we put denoise effect, the sound may be distorted sometime.
Yes,
पतली मतलब
हाँ,
कि
पतली
light
हो जाती है
light पतली.
ये. Yeah. I mean,
Because sir, this problem is generally happen when we shoot on a mobile phone, and we don't have any external microphone. So mobile microphone is not too much good.
no, mobile microphone, the first thing is that when we use our mobile microphone to record any sound, how are we placing it? Is it like this, that we are recording the visuals and the sound simultaneously with the with the same mobile phone, or we are using the microphone to record the sound only. Okay, you can use one, you can manage, can you manage to get two mobile phones? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you manage to get two mobile phones while recording, while shooting?
Yes, sir. Sir, I will show you one video, little bit 30-second video. You can suggest me how I improve in a sound way on that video.
Okay.
I will show you.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Sir, can I show you?
Yeah, please show me.
Yes, sir.
It's not audible.
Oh.
Sir, at our center, we do use a wireless mic from Digitech, but it still catches a lot of background noise.
So is this a lavalier microphone or a shotgun microphone? What kind of microphone is that? Can you show it to me?
Okay, sir, I'll show it to you. Wait, please.
Hello?
If anyone else has any question, he or she can ask.
सॉरी सर, वो नेटवर्क डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया था। सर मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि सर जैसे हम साउंड रिकॉर्ड करते हैं उसको मोनो में करना चाहिए या स्टीरियो में?
If if you are recording dialogues, then use mono format, and if you are using ambience, then use stereo format.
ओके सर।
Is there anybody to ask any question? Otherwise,
तो किसी और का कोई क्वेश्चन है?
I mean, she has come with some. I mean, your mic is your. I mean, just switch on the microphone. It's in
सिद्रा
mute
म्यूट
mode.
पे है।
Yeah, sir, this is the microphone we use. It's from Digitech. This is,
Digital. Yeah, I mean, this is the lapel microphones. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, you just clip it on your cloth and
But on the road, yeah.
yeah. So what is the point? What is your
We still keep it here, but it still catches a lot of background noise.
I mean, when you did the procurement, you should watch one thing, whether these microphones are
It claims to reduce noise and
no, don't go for the noise reduction things. Noise reductions of, I mean, microphones that are not good. I mean, it is always better to record audio as undistorted as possible. Keep the microphone closer to your mouth so that the signal that is coming out from.
the voice gets very heavy and
I mean, you want that, na?
no, it's not.
सर इसमें चर 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 की आवाज आती है सर, नॉइज, चर चर।
I mean, just hello.
Yes, sir, we're listening.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, when you are putting close to your mouth, you should keep the volume level or the sensitivity level low. Okay. So what is the purpose of that micro? I mean, do you have two gadgets, no? One is fixed there on the clothes, and the other you attach with
Mobile
your label, with your mobile camera, na?
Yeah, we use a mobile phone to record.
Yeah, I mean, from the mobile phone, reduce the recording level.
Okay.
Because I mean, this distortion, what I am referring, what I have referred many times, distortion means that when your signal is going bigger beyond the capacity of the recorder to record the thing. It's like the zebra thing. When you are recording something which is very bright, but your system cannot accommodate that. Here, this is so loud that your mobile mobile recorder will not be able to accommodate it. Okay, so it is getting distorted. Now, these points you have to keep in mind that always record in .wave format, and your bit rate should be 16. Unless you fix it, I mean, manually, you will record MP3 kind of audio and your voice will get distorted. Whatever you record will get distorted unless you fix these settings beforehand. I mean, just before the shooting.
And sir, how much dB level when we record audio?
You need to, I mean, you need to watch it. It should be within the maximum tolerance limit.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
किसी और का कोई प्रश्न तो नहीं है?
No, sir.
ओके ओके मयंक, आप कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं?
No, sir.
ओके ओके, थैंक यू।
Sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And the last session is on editing and packaging. The resource person is Mr. Subhasis Bishwas, and the session will deal with introduction to video editing workflows, packing, transition, and preparing finished audiovisuals content for digital platforms. So I welcome you all. I welcome you, Mr. Subhasis Biswas. And he is a multifaceted film and video editor with a profound mastery of motion graphics and VFX. Leveraging his academic stronghold with masters in business administration and computer application, he blends business acumen with artistic vision, geared by technical expertise across his career. With over 7 years in the animation and media industry, his contributions range from award-winning films, documentaries to compelling OTT series, government and private commercials and promotional videos. He has worked with various well-known companies and brands like Dice Media, Filter Copy, Gobble, Nutshell India, iPack, Yuki Digital Media, Graffiti Multimedia, Coal India, SF Kanpur, and many more. He has also shared his expertise as a guest lecturer at TFTI and a teaching faculty at SRFTI, fostering the next generation of filmmaking talent. So once again, I welcome you, and may I now request you to kindly start your session.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for the introductions. I think I hope that I am loud and clear.
Yes.
And Google as well. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
And good afternoon, everyone. I think it's already being late. The session has
Yes.
to be now it's already 1:19 and a lot of things we have to cover. So I would like to go a little faster. Please be attentive, everyone. And I would like to please mute all of your microphones while I'm speaking. If you have any questions, then definitely ask me questions at the time when there will be a Q&A session. So first, I would like to share Yes, is it visible to all?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So today, basically, this session is the video editing workflow, spacing, transitions, and basically preparing the final audiovisual content. You have already gone through like 3 of the important session, and you have understood what are the contents and other things. Right now, it is the post-productions. Well, you have all the thought process in the beginning, all your script, what you want to do, and all those, and you have already shooted with the cinematography, like the camera, with the mobile phone and whatever, and you have the footages, you have the materials with you. Now you want to create the magic of the cinema, okay? And that happens in the editing. So basically what we know about that editing is, many of the times the people think only that it is the effects and all, but it is not. Edit is basically means of eliminations, okay? It is means of selecting, process and arranging, trimming and combining all those shots that you have shot through the mobile phone or the DSLR camera or in film camera, and create a meaningful story that you actually engage, okay? But when you have shot a single piece of the shot, that doesn't create any kind of a meaning to the larger sense. It's only a video, maybe a video of you are walking towards somewhere, but that is not conveying that where you are starting, where you are going, and all those things that happens in the editing. It's not only that, it's also combinations of the two our auditory sensations. That basically, one is our sensations links auditory and also visual. Both together gives a chemistry that happens within the body that we reacts. So as you have already seen that in the audio sections, that without of the audio, it's not immersive. You are not into the scene. And without of the visual, obviously you will only hear like an FM and others. But together there is a process of how you can able to engage of your audiences more into it without of giving him any kind of distractions, without of making audience bored. So what you want to do, you want to get rid of that, all that extra things that you don't want to convey. So it's you are creating an audiovisual media. Through the audiovisual media, you are trying to convince, or you are trying to convey a message to your audience. That need to be very crystal clear. And this is the process where the editing takes steps. In edit, you actually first omit out whatever the additional things you don't require. You now step towards the arrange all of the shots that you need to wing up one after one, that how you can able to create the storyline up, how you can able to create the meaningful message to deliver, and also with the audio you create the emotions altogether. So this is the process, but in that there's a differences between when you are creating a short film, or you are creating a feature film, or you are creating a reels. Because as you have the different duration, you have the different audience attentions to hook on it. The same thing is that when you are in the theater, you know that you are in a black room, or everything the dark room, you will be staying there for 1.5 hours or whatever the length of the film. But because you bought the ticket and you will be there, so there is a lot of time for the filmmakers also. They can able to elaborately tell the story. But when you are in the social media, you are in the reels making, then it is very hard. Because if one like the interview goes on and the people fumbles, and if there is a person going for a long 1 minute of walk, you get bored, audience will get bored, they will distract, they will definitely swipe away. That's all together. So that is why in the terms of like traditional, other than the traditional filmmaking, you can see this social media editing is heavily focused on the attentions, retentions, fast pacing, trained adaptations, that basically the look like that every the one the trains goes on, that the people hook to it. And also as the mobile viewing it is now, because the reel mainly watches in the mobile phone, so that is a vertical viewing experience that you will get, unlike of the traditional so horizontal methods of the 6:9 or 4:3, whatever it is. This is now is 9:16, more or less, in the cases of the vertical viewing experience. Now the thing is that these attention spans also it's required to basically hook the audiences in first 1 to 3 seconds, because the people wants to see that what is in the reel, and right after that within the 3 seconds they try to have an idea what you are trying to convey. Either it's something happened to you, you are creating any vlog, you are creating something else, whatever the content, it's you are giving a one glimpse of it. Okay. And if it's like a simple cat is walking, that automatically the people have an idea like, okay, so maybe it is only a cat video. It's only a very cute cat video goes on for the next 30 seconds or 1 minute. So based on that, is it creates an assumption of the what things is going to happen, and that is why is the first initial shots or the first initial sequences you have the hooking point to create. Okay. So this is the first of understanding that what is basically editing in terms of why you need it in terms of creating the films, whether short, whether feature, whether also the reels. Okay. But more or less, it's a storytelling you are trying to create at completely giving the message to the audiences without of any distractions. Now, what are the editing workflows? It's the post-production workflows is it's very technical as well. It's obviously there is an aesthetic part, there is a technical part, there is a very much technical part, because without of previously it was in the film lab, so you have that cut, paste, all the scissors, and you have to do. But then in the time you need machines as well. Okay, so right now we have the computer. So in the computer, we do the editing without of not having all those films and this, because we are using the digital media. But in that case also, when you have the film and traditional televisions methods, they have the different methods of the post productions. But this is larger one, because we are dealing with high res footages. We are taking footages from the film cameras, which is the 16K, 12K, and which is you cannot able to play. Even the raw footages we take it, so you cannot able to play in the computer. It is super heavy. You need the separate player to basically play and see that what is in the raw footage. And raw footages is also not usually for editing. So that is why in a computer, if you have to edit, what we do, we create the proxies. But on the other side, while we doing for the social media and others, if you do not require for the high end or that kind of a quality of the product, then you definitely you shoot it in the camera or in the mobile phone, which is the final without of raw or any log footages. That's the final footages you come in. You do not create, you don't need to create any kind of proxies. You directly import, gathers, and then work. So the basic workflow is the step by step. Is the first is that collect all the medias, the footages, audio files, photographs, musics, and graphics. So it means, it is like the now it's if you compare with that you thought about to create say chicken masala, okay? And for that, what you planned up, that how you were gonna cook. So you go to the market, you bought all of the ingredients, and then you come back to the home, and then you want to do the next step. So before going to the cook into the oven, these are all the shooting processes are done. So the ingredients are, you have all those materials, like the videos, like the audio files that you have recorded, the photographs you have taken, the music that maybe you have created from some musicians, and also those are the elements, that graphics and other things you have done. So these places and all those things is need to organize properly. What we do also before of we need to cut all those potatoes, tomatoes and everything, and we do not mix it up, so that we have to place it one by one in a proper segment. So we place it in a proper way, so that where we need the ingredients, we can able to have it. That's why we need a proper organizations of these materials. Otherwise, if you have, like for the short content, maybe you have the lesser of the footages, you find out that you don't require that much of organizations. But when you are working with the documentaries, when you are working a little bit, say the 15 minutes of Vande Mataram, there is a film competition, so one is under 1 minute, that's a reel, and then you have the 3 minutes of the AI videos, and then you have the 15 minutes. The 15 minutes of the film, you have a lot of footages, you have a lot of audios, you have different musics and all those things. You need to organize it properly. And then we go to the editing software. So this is basically your oven, okay? So now you will fire it up with those all the elements, put into it, and then you give the fire, and that's why you can able to create the chemistry between the audio visuals medium. This is basically your timeline, where you actually place all of the materials and then work on it. The first, you create the rough cut. It's basically arranging all of your clips according to the storylines. You try to have all of them assembly timeline up. Then you create a rough cut. Roughly, you just create that how from where to where the character is going, how this character in the next shots is transitions going on. So these are the things is the rough cut. And once after these, you have the collaborations with the director. You creates that. You have the talk and some changes being there, and then you go for the final cuts. That's basically improve your timing, pacing, and your finalizations. Once these things is done, then you are actually giving it to the audio to make these things. Audio is like the audio cleanup, audio design is basically sound designing happens. You also give it to the color corrections, you also give it to the graphics. For the shorter process, these when you are making for the social media, these many of the times one single person is doing all of them, but still you have to follow through. Otherwise, why it will create a problem, because if you are not making your edit log every time, if you are changing something, then you have to change something else as well. Suppose you have done color corrections of not all the footages, some of the footages, and later on you find out this is not happening, this is not going on with that shot. So you have to change again, you have to do color correct. You are already put your audio and balancing and all that things. Now you are adding on the SFX and other things. Then you are feeling that, okay, in that shot, it is very big, I want to reduce it. Then you have to do all the changes and your keyframes, timings and everything. So better is the process is that one after one, you go ahead. So step by step, you create your the final cut lock. Then you go for the enhancement of the audio. You want to put something graphics, whatever the other titles, and you want to go for the color corrections, that you do, and then you do the final corrections, okay? And then you do the export. Whichever platform you require, whether it's an MP4, whether it needs H.265, or whether it's a Apple ProRes format. That depends on where you want to show. This is a bit more the films and the television's process, and mainly the film post-production's workflow, where I already told you that there is an ingest process goes on, because these are the heavier files. So these need to even copy the files, also need to verify with the checksums, so that this is nothing got corrupted or nothing got missed in that files. You need to create the backup. You need to create the proxy offline. You can see that I have the mouse here. So that the proxy creates a completely different set of that all your footages, but which are especially low in resolutions, in terms of low in the size as well, so that your computer can able to play, can able to edit it smoothly, which cannot able to run your raw files or the log files. Similar process, you have the organizations, assets, then rough cut, final cut, and this is the picture log. Right after that, you have the sound design, you have the visual effects that goes on and titling and all together. Once it is done, you go for the color grading, and then mastering happens on the online edit. So every of the things which is being done after the picture lock, then these are all places on the masters, because here what happens is that, say suppose you have the color grading. So in the after the color grades, you have the confrontations goes on. So is conforming you have to do. It means that from the proxy you have edited till now from with the proxy media, so you have to change it with the original media, which is higher in resolution. That's your raw file or the log file, and you do the color grading. So once the color grading is done, then you have the mastering, putting all of your final sound design, final visual effects, and the final title and graphics, and then you go for the delivery. Whether if it is for the broadcast, then you have the different delivery. If you have for the cinema, for the theater, then you have the DCPs and others. And for the social media, you have the H.264 or 265, that I will show you at the later on how you can able to export and all that. So if anyone wants to click a picture, you can able to do it, because so you have that one of the reference that how the workflow goes on. Now, next is I'm doing a little faster because I had to complete all of them, and also I have to show you in the software itself. So that's why if anybody feels like that I need to repeat, anytime you can intervene and you can say that, sir, I just want the repeat, okay? Okay, so next is that the introductions of the editing softwares. As I told you that you need one of the machines or the tools that you need to do edit. Preferably you have that whenever you want to do a professional grading of the professional graded editing softwares. These are the suits are like Adobe. For the Adobe company, we have the Premiere Pro. For the Blackmagic company, we have the DaVinci Resolve. This is basically the professional, as I told you. So that's why we have kept the studio. We do have also the free software, which is the DaVinci Resolve, which is a free version that you can easily available. There is some limitations. Many of the softwares you can find out in the net, which is pro versions is available for the 4K, for the exporting in the higher resolutions, but the rest of the things you can able to do. Some of them are giving you the watermark, which is definitely you don't want that, but DaVinci Resolve will not give you. It's completely free. You can download, anybody can able to download and can able to do absolutely professional grade work, editing work in that software. You have the Final Cut Pro. If you have the Mac, then you can able to use the Final Cut Pro. However, it's also a price, like these are all paid softwares. In the free software, you have the CapCut, but the CapCut is a little bit AI based as well, and also directly not available in India. You need the VPN to basically connect with the CapCut. Otherwise, you have those open source softwares like the Kdenlive and Shortcut. I will show you the software interfaces. But moreover, these all softwares has a basic thing to do. You know what I'm trying to say, that it's not required that you have to buy a Prestige oven to do your chicken masala. It's not required, because every of the, maybe there is some is an electrical burner, something is maybe not the gas stove, is basically your induction. So it's a different, that functionality is the different, some of the features are not being there, but all things happens in the same. Few other features, like the basic features, are all similar. I will explain with the DaVinci Resolve, and I also show you how it is similar to the Kdenlive and the shortcuts. Alternatively, you can also use the VN editor and Filmora. This is also very useful if you can able to use. This is also a paid in terms of if you want to create the full version of it. These are both have the pro version and also the free version. This is the list. If you want to have a screenshot, please have a screenshot with it. I have tried to assemble all of the softwares, whichever are based on their the platforms that is available, based on their usability, based on their also the paid, free, and the open source. So you can have it, all of them. You can able to test it out, whichever is a free. But you can feel that these are all tools are basically create the similar. Some of the features are there in this software. Maybe some of them are better in the other software. These are all. Okay. So this is obviously the line I already told you. The software is only a tool, but the good storytelling and understanding more important than these expensive softwares. It's not that only Adobe Premiere Pro or DaVinci Resolve Studio can, or the Final Cut Pro can able to give you better film. It's absolutely not. The film is designed based on that how you thought about it, how your storyline goes, and how you do the edit, because the basic edit is always the same. Only thing is the tools, maybe something is easier, some doesn't takes a lot many clicks. So this is the facility point. Somewhere is a lot many transitions available and somewhere is not. So that for the reason it's not the tool based, it's basically your concept, your storytelling based. The second is once you open the software, you have to do the media management and the folder structure, and then understanding timeline and sequence. So I want to share that. Let me stop this share, and I'm showing you the software. Okay, so first I would like to show you, I think my folder is visible. Yes, anybody?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. So what happens is that, so this is my workspace folder. So I have all the projects. So I keep it like in the workspace. This is my management. I'm trying to tell you like what are the management in terms of your media management you can able to do, which is easier in a way, organized way. But I also follow this. But if you find out something your personalized thing, you can able to do it. Obviously, if you feel like that this is more reasonably good. And the thing is that I create always with the project name, and then I say I have this project. You have then assets. Inside the asset, whatever the ingredients are there, you create those assets. You have the doc, you have the exports, you have the project files, you have the storyboards. Similarly, I have these, and inside that I first create the docs. Like whenever I get the script, I get some of the writings where in the documents these are the things need to follow. So everything screenplay script in the docs. I create the export folder, because many of the times it's not one time you create the export. Many times, like while you are working segment wise, you are exporting, and you want to check it that how it is happening. So based on that, the naming conventions also need to follow, but you keep it in a one folder for now at least. You have the extras, music, projects, rushes. These rushes or dailies, we always keep it when we are keeping these for the footages, which is basically captured into the camera. So from the camera, we have the memory card. We directly copy this, like card 1, card 2, card 3, cam 1, cam 2. It always like this. Okay. Then you have the SFX, sound, and sync. Let's get back to software. Okay. So uh, let me close that. Let me close the project. Okay. So once you can able to see this one, DaVinci Resolve, the first window.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. So
Yes, sir.
once you download the DaVinci Resolve, you will see this is the window. Okay. The studio may not be written, because that will be a free version. That will be only DaVinci Resolve 21, which is basically the same. It will look like the same. Only thing there is, like, you cannot able to import 10-bit of the videos. You cannot able to import 4K of the videos. But otherwise, if you have the 1080p, which is normally your delivery happens in the social media, it's enough to give that 1080p output. So you can able to capture in 1080p with your mobile phone and your cameras, and you can able to work in the free version of DaVinci. So you will have the local database. So basically, this is the database where all the projects are being in. Okay, it's very simple. You have the local database in that time. You don't have these three. Okay, so in the free version, you come with the local database. That is basically your folder, which is in the movies, or maybe in the it's basically here in the movies. This is the DaVinci, but I have changed it in some other places because I utilize the external SSD. So that's why, but you will definitely get, and you also can able to get where is the location. So once you click, you will see the location. This is the location. You have this database. Okay. Once you have the database, you create the new project. So you double click and you need to name. So whatever the name, say I want to create a test project, and then create. You can specify the locations where you want to have all the medias. Why these locations is matters is basically once you are creating in your computer or your desktop, maybe in your desktop you do not have that internal hard disk of the higher capacity, so you use external hard disk. So in that case, these media locations actually being very helpful to you. Okay, so based on that, you change the locations and then you create. After the creations, you can able to see there is a, just putting it up, there is a lot of the down tabs. Okay, so these are different windows. It's all together. This is the first, is the media storage. Okay, where you can able to see all of your hard disk, and you can able to assign all the materials inside the bin. So this is first your exploring window. This is the inside the media storage, your exploring window. So it means I have the hard disk is very simple. Like this is the one, I have the hard disk. I want to go into the folder where I have kept all of my, is that something happens? Just a minute. Yeah. Okay, suppose we have these one, the final deal, we have the audio and also we have this video. Okay, so once we need these files inside this, what we do, we right click and add into the media pool. Okay, then you have the options for the change frame rate, because this frame rate is basically different than of the you have selected frame rate in the DaVinci Resolve. That inside the setting, you have the extreme right corner down. This is where in the bottom of the sections, if you click, then you can able to see this is the project settings, or you have the options here as well. You go to the preferences. This is your preference, and this one, if this is your project settings. So extreme right bottom corner, this is your project settings. Whatever the project you want to create, like 1920 1080, it's a full HD. What are the FPS you want to create, and this is your settings. But whenever you drag and drop the first time, where the media is different in a frame rate, the different in a the resolutions, it will ask you to change the project itself, or you want to scale it up. Okay, for these are the materials. So you want to have the project in 1080p, and if you select that it's only have to be 1080p, then once you place this, you have to scale it up if it is the smaller in resolutions. Okay, at any point of time, if you have any questions, definitely ask. If you do not understand something, I will repeat in that time as well. Okay, so I'm just changing this one, as I have the project already created, is similar to this, and I have those files as well. So this is inside my master, and I have created the beans based on the same similar folder based. So inside that I have the folder, and I have created like the music, it's a one bean. So how you create the bean? You create, right click and new bean, and put all those materials inside it. Okay, so I have these videos inside the video bin, and you have the VO inside the VO bin. Is it clear to everyone? Or you have any confusion on there? Hello?
No, sir.
Anyone just, yeah, clear?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now from this is the media explorer and your project management and of your media management. Everything happens in the first this media browser, this media tab. Okay, next we are not going into the cut and this photo, because cut is basically when you need a very quicker things for the broadcast and others, when you have to give the package delivery very quick, you don't have much times. In that case, the cut basically works. This is the tab which is basically an edit but in a different way. This is a full-fledged editing suits. Okay, when you have the first thing, in now you can see this is the right side, you have all the bean. So the first time you have created every bean, it was there in your left hand, and now it's basically on the top. It is not the explorer, it's now your bean format only. Okay, and this is my blank key timeline that I have created. How you create the timeline? Right click, create the new timeline, or there is a shortcut always being there. If you have selections of your this is the tool that you want to work, this is the menu item that you want to click, always there is a shortcuts written. If it's the shortcuts written, if you click on this command N, it will create also the create new timeline. Okay, this shortcut you can able to change from DaVinci Resolve keyboard customizations, and you can able to customize as per your own. Now we have the blank timeline. Now this is the timeline where we want to assemble all of the materials, and then we want to create that what the story or what the short film or what the reels we want to show. Let me show you that this is, I would like to show you. Yeah, just a minute. It is better that I will show you this video. Oh, not that. Now I just want to share the video format. This is in the window. This one, share the audio of the system.
I stopped counting the days when I stopped recognizing my face. They silenced my wolf.
Why do you treat her like a prisoner?
He was the first person who looked at me and didn't look away. They sold a prisoner. They unleashed a queen.
Anyone? Just give me the feedback that your visuals and the sounds that you can you already heard of that short video.
So your audio is muted.
So you're not audible if you're speaking anything.
Hello. Now you can able to hear?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So sorry for the I don't know what's that something happens that it's basically not taking that microphone, but can you able to hear that video and also the visual?
Yeah, yes, sir. The
Yes.
voice was clear. Right after that, the voice was clear. The video was clear.
somebody is speaking, but I couldn't able to hear you properly. Can you
So
able
the
to?
video was the voice and audio was clear properly.
Audio was not there.
It was clear. It was clear. Right after that, the audio disappeared. After
Yes,
that, the audio
yes,
was okay.
I get it. I get it. So I have showed you this one, and now we will be going into the DaVinci Resolve to basically see.
So as you are sharing the screen, your audio is gone.
Sir,
Can
you
you
are
please check
muted.
into that? So your voice is not audible again.
Is it now? You can able to hear me?
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Yes,
Oh.
yes, sir.
Okay, so we have seen that. And now let me do with the blank. Say right now I have the blank timeline. How you can able to edit it? Okay, you have the materials, you have the footages. Now many of you may be utilizing that mobile phone, so you select the clips from the gallery. I will show you also in the mobile phone how you can able to do it, because the mobile softwares are being also there. You have the Premiere, which is free version, and it's very good for the editing in the mobile phone. Okay, but here it's a professional grade software, you can able to work, but just you need to import all of your footages, and right after that you have two. This is your timeline viewing, and this is your source media viewing. Source media viewing, it means whatever the footages say I have, this is say generation 1, generation 2, so it means this is I have created through the AI. And it is just like the same thing. While you are shooting also, you have different takes, because the actors sometimes fumbles, the actors have acted something that what you do not want, so there is many takes, the retakes and retakes and retakes. So in that case you have all those files inside your Bing, and you want to watch it. Okay, so anything, any of the clips, you can able to scrub like that, double click it. So once you double click it, you can able to play. Spacebar is basically your play, and then the only the segment or the only area that important for you, or you feel that this is not good, this one is good, then based on that you have the selection. Like I want these, have I for input, and then the output. Okay, so I and O. There is a two way to basically put it in the timeline. Either you have the insert clip, or you have the placing of the clip, which is override clip. Okay, so right now it's basically this one, it's replacing the clip. So once you click on the insert clip, or you can able to drag and drop as well. Now think, when you are dragging drop from this, you can have both the audio and the video. But if you are dragging from these two, whenever you have the mouse on that source monitor, you can able to see there is a video icon, there is an audio icon. Okay, so you can individually also can bring into the timeline, which is, this is the video one, and this one is the audio. Okay, so right now I want to have these two of them. Now if say right after that, I also know this is my timeline, and here I want to have some other shot of the reactions of, maybe she's going down like this way, I want to have these short reactions. So from here I put an I, and this much I need, I put an O. And then if I put this insert, so what happens is that just because this is my head, this is a playhead was here, it cuts and paste inside that video, and it put it aside. Okay, if not, if you have the timeline here, and you place this one, is basically puts the thing on the top of it, so rest of these video it deletes and it puts on the top of it. Okay, so it's override the media. Otherwise you also have these options to drag and drop, but this is not the professional way to do it, because right now maybe you are working with say similar 10 to 15 footages or 20 footages. Then in that case you have the clean timeline you can able to do. But once you have say these many of the items and these many of the things, and drag and drop sometimes happens that you have the lock timeline and you put it and you don't know something, other things get messed up because of your drag and drop. So it's better, and usually it's good way, good approach to do it. Utilize that, you have the shortcut, you utilize that F9 to have this on the top of it. This is for the insert, and F10 is shortcut for the replacing media. Got it? See? Now, when you have like apart from these, when you already put that selected portions of your clip in the timeline, but you are not satisfied, you want to cut it here, okay, and you want to delete that part. So there is two options. Either you can have a cut here. This is an options for the blade. You can click right on that that playhead, it will cut. Or you can create the shortcuts, just like I have created the shortcuts for that. So I click on the shortcut, it creates a cut, and I can able to delete, and then I can drag and drop the previous one. Or you can repeal delete this one, you have the blank space, click on that and delete it. It will not only delete and bring that previous shots to that position, snap at the positions, but all along with that you have in the right side of it. Say suppose I have many other clips as well. So this is, I have the clip, I'm putting it here, I clip it out, I have these, clip it out. Now when you have a lot many shots inside your timeline and you want to do a very minute one, like this much, not after that, this is the place I want to have a cut. So then what I do a cut and I delete and I do the ripple delete. Other than that, there is a lot of options but these are options when you have only 2 3, then you can select all of them and you can drag them out. But when you have say this is 1 hour of the timelines and the footages are here, these are not the good process or the good approach to do it. Okay, always go for that cut and then ripple delete. This is the usually good, so that your other like your front of your or whatever you have in the timeline settings, these will not get messed up. Okay, now you have footages, you have this is like your audio comes with your video, like as you shot it. Also in the shot you have the camera videos and there is the audio. You want to add on the different audios, this is all comes in the audio section. So in the timeline there is a 2 sections parallelly, these are all v1 v2, these are the tracks. So this is the first track. If you want to put something on the top of that, this is the second track. How many tracks you can create? A lot, many, whatever you need. But so many of these tracks create confusions, you do not require. Basically once it's overrides, say right after that it's overrides, it shows the top of these layers, okay, these track only, but it does not show that the bottom layer. So it's no there is no point of having these things. You can able to cut it out, you can have these things, put it down. So make this one single timeline. Sometimes you need to have something of your the complex editing, where you can able to use 2 or 3 the tracks of the videos, and as well as many layers of the audios. The audio have the overlaying things where basically 2 sounds can be heard. So that's why it is not something that basically completely it's changing. Like this is the shots when it's complete opaque, then you cannot see that absolutely the bottom layer. But for the sound it's not. If you have something sound, like I have the VO right after these, you can see these are the sounds with the video files, and also you can able to hear the VO as well.
I stopped counting the days.
See, this sound is also available, and as well as this. So that's why you have a lot many of the audio layers. Now just going back to If you have any questions in the first this area of the software demonstration.
No, sir.
Okay, great. Now let's go back. What we can again, I guess there is. Okay, so now we have the software, we have a little bit of idea that how you can able to have the software open, create the project, have all of your materials in and put it in the timeline. Now it's a cooking process. The thing is that you have the oven on, you have your the dishes ready, you try to do the dishes ready, of course you have the pan ready, now it's burning and you want to put it all those ingredients into it. Now what are the things you want to keep it, what are the things you want to give it, like you have the first shot, why the next shot is not, why the choosing of the next shot is as per the story will work or not. So I would like to show you one of the effects, like these as the called the juxtapositions of images, it actually changes the meaning. Okay, now the British filmmaker Alfred Hitchcock, I hope that you have seen some of his movies, he's a brilliant filmmaker, uh, like Vertigo, Birds. So can you able to see that or not at the video? I guess
No,
no. No, just a minute. So it's a, I have to switch a lot time. So just bear with it. Or maybe I just go for the entire screen. That will be better. Yes. So sound is there?
no, sir. The audio is not.
Audio is not there. Just a minute.
Third way is what one might call pure cinematics, the assembly of film, and how it can be changed to create a different idea. Now we have a close-up. Let me show you what he sees. Let's assume he saw a woman holding a baby in her arms. Now we cut back to his reaction to what he sees, and he smiles. Now what is he as a character? He's a kindly man. He's sympathetic. Now, let's take the middle piece of film away, the woman with the child, but leave his two pieces of film as they were. Now we'll put in a piece of film of a girl in a bikini. He looks, girl in a bikini, he smiles. What is he now? The dirty old man. He's no longer the benign gentleman who loves babies. That's the difference. That's what film can do for you.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, but your audio is muted.
Okay. I think you can able to hear me now. So it's basically every time for the sound I have to change this, which is basically creates that audio out. Now, okay, no problem. So it is basically a Kuleshov effect. The Kuleshov was one of the eminent teacher and as well as the researcher in the film. He's one of the teacher in the Moscow Film School. So in the time he researched those things of putting image, right after that you have the different image and then cut it back to that shot, it gives the effect different. When you see that the old man is actually watching the little boy, it's playing with his mother, so that's giving him, and with the smile you can able to see that's a compassionate the person who is very loving person. Now when he looks at the girl in bikini and then he looks back and then smiles, it's also suggests something different. So it means now the characters goes changes, but this use the same shot. It was not that something just because of the placing of the another shot after within his these two shot and his reactions, the shot and then he looks at it and then the reaction shot, then creates that entire character psychology. It's different, entire reactions comes with the different psychology of the person. So this creates the characteristic. So that is why it's very important to understand the juxtapositions of the shots. It's not that you have 3 4 shots or you want to put it one after one and that will actually give your message. No, it's not. So many of the times maybe it's not about the film, it's some things you are creating in the documentaries as well. So you are showing a name of your brand or you are knowing showing a brand, and right after that you are showing a very poor person or the very poor child is walking towards. It's always creates a bad impressions in terms of that how you connect. Our idea, our brain is always try to connect with the first shot to the second shot to the third shot. It's try to create a chain of coherent understanding, and the knowledge goes on like that. So based on that you have to place and you have to very careful in terms of how you are placing the shots one after one and what creates your narrative throughout what you want to say the message to your audience. Okay, apart from that you have to also keep in mind what is the spacing. It means how much time you want to have that shot, the length of the shots. If you want to have the shots for a longer time, that creates a different reactions. Now slower spacing and the faster pacing both had some the characteristic into it. Okay, once you have the faster pacing you want to have some action. This is an excitement, comedy, reels, shorts, tensions. In those cases you want very quicker cuts and very fast pacing of the work. And apart from that, in other places where you want to use the slower pacing because of you want to create the drama, you want to create the suspense, character moments or the emotions. Okay, so this is the examples. I just want to show you like the situations. If it is the action cases, then it's need to be have a faster cut, like every 1 2 seconds. If an emotional scene, then you need to have a very long take. It's very long, uninterrupted shots that basically you can able to connect with the character. The audience can able to connect with the audience with the character, keep him for a longer time, like the same thing I have showed you in that video itself. When there is a crying, you want to give a little bit of extra space than of there is a blast or somebody is walking. This also comedy and the horror suspense, you need the slower pacing with the sudden cuts. You need the comedy for the you need the comedy timing with the rhythm based, otherwise it will not be happening. And for the reels and shorts you always go for this hyper fast pacing. Now in the sections of the rhythm, it's also creates a mood. Okay, in the rhythm you have the emotions, energy, tensions and audience engagement that based on your the musical flow as well, that you have just like your without of you in the music you have also a rhythm. Without of a rhythm you also feels a disturbance. Then these disturbance you can create intentionally if you want to create a different rhythm in terms of like there will be a jog, or if you want to create a very smoother viewing experience, then you have the flow very smooth in rhythm. The visual rhythm would be smooth. So to create the visuals rhythm smooth, you have to have the same short sizes to be there. Okay, so same short length. If you have the like one of the shot is very shorter, then you create that rhythm is different and you have the jog on that place, so that creates a different rhythm in altogether. So it creates through the short timing, it's the movement of the synchronizations. Now not only the shot creates, but within the shot, say suppose you have the action films going on, so in that moment if you have a very the shortcuts or the shots is very shorter, then you cannot have that feeling as well. So you need to have that balance of the movement happening inside the shot and as well as the short durations. You have to have the music beats as well. Based on the beats you do the cut, like you have I have showed you the trailer. Inside that there you also feel that there is a beat goes on and then you have the cut and the changes goes on. you have the dialogue pauses, and you have the visual flows. Now, we have the transitions. The transitions is basically you have the two different shots. Now you can able to place two shots as like the left close juxtapositions. You are connecting one shots to another shots based on your script as well. But in between of the shots, you can have the transitions. The cut where you basically do not have the transitions is direct cut, goes to one shot to another shot. Now this cut has a lot different cuts as well, whether it's a match cut, whether it's a jump cut, whether it's a different other cards, but I will explain it later. But first, you know that this one is has no transitions in between. This is the fade in and fade out is basically happens on the scenes begins or the ends. Okay, so once like I want to show this is a scene of an office, so fades into the office scenario. In the first establishing shot, I see the many peoples are going on and this is happening, and then you are moving inside. Okay, dissolve is actually shows the memories, the passing of time. It's basically dissolve one after one another. Wipe is shot pushes that one shot across the screen. So one shot from the left, right, top, and bottom. Anything you can able to choose that goes for the wipe. Okay, so traditionally we use mainly the fade in, dissolve, cut, and wipe. The match cuts and other cuts, of course, are being there because this matching of the cuts is like door closes and another door opens. So it also creates a cinematic transitions in of the storytelling, but it happens with a direct cut only. Okay. Hello. Is there any questions or is the mic on unintentionally? Hello. Okay. Thank you, Vivek. Okay. So the popular transitions now for the social media, we as we know that we always need the intentions to like the attentions to grab. So in that case it is not so like we do not want to create some kind of a content which is that is not like an edit. The edit happens in two ways. One is that invisible cut, the invisible art of doing that. You cannot able to find out that where the edit happens. Okay, so it means it's very smooth. You are already in the situations, you are watching the film, and you cannot find out that there is something happening which is based on that edit habit. So you cannot able to gaze that. So it's become completely invisible and shows you and make you more immersive into that. But when you see that these are the transitions used in the social media, which is very lucrative to see, basically it is taking your attentions every one after one frame. So this is where you need to create. If you want to create the reels, you can add the whip pans, the zoom transitions, the motion blur, the spin transitions. A lot of transitions are being used, and this is the sample of them just to create it's more interesting in terms of not to involving into the reel, because it is only the 30 seconds of all the informations that you want to give it within a 5 shots, making very of the interesting things so the hook to the audience and you actually deliver the message. Okay, now next we would like to go for the post of picture lock. As we already told you that once you have edited, so like the same similar way I have edited the same thing. This is a complete timeline that you have seen.
I stopped counting the days when I stopped recognizing my face.
And then you have completed this. Once you have done this, this is now without off color corrections. Okay, once you have done that, then you lock this. So this is your picture lock. The video I think you have seen or not. Just a minute, if it is not showing. Yes. So now the stage, once my edit is complete, I do the picture lock, and now I can able to export all of these my audios to the sound designing person or the sound person. Or if you are doing for the social media, then definitely you can able to balance it out. Everything you select, you have the properties here. Right in the box, you have the video. Say, I want this video more close up to his face. Okay, so for that reason, you have to select that and you go to the zoom in. and this is your positions up and down. Now, through this, see, so this is your zoom in positions, all the images, that image manipulations you can able to do it here. This is all the timeline. This is the timeline monitor. So everything, anything is showing is here. Basically all the clips that you put it in the timeline. You have the options for the cropping as well. So if it's not cropped, you have the options for the dynamic zoom. So these dynamic zoom create a slow in and out. Okay, say this is two different way you can able to do. So suppose I have let's have a static image, so I can able to static shot that I can able to show you. See, this is a very static one, but I want a very dynamic zoom, slowly goes in. Okay, so select this, create this dynamic zoom. See, right after that there is a zoom, but if you click the swap, because first the default is from zoom out, it's basically zooming from the out to in, and in to out it comes just the opposite. Now this is zooming in. Okay, slowly goes in. Now, this is very easier for these DaVinci Resolve. As I told you that every software has a feature which is apparently very good from the other software. So one of the great thing is that dynamic zoom, you don't have to keyframe, but in any other softwares, you do have to keyframe from one positions. What to keyframe means is the same thing. It's basically zooming in. So you have these video select, you have the zoom features, and this is the keyframes. So first I keyframe means I lock the position here, and then say suppose I just remove that dynamic zoom. Now I have that zoom and I locked it. So this is my key. Okay, I have keyed the zoom x and y axis, both of the one, and then goes forward, and I create these a little more, 1.160. so this is automatically got keyframed. Now once I play, see, there is a subtle zoom in. The same thing, you don't have to keyframe and all these, just click on the dynamic zoom, it will create it. Okay, apart from that, whenever you select these, you have these video options, and when you select these audio, you have the audio options. As many of the people actually asking for, if you have recorded some of the noisy footages or noisy say your dialogues, how could you clean and all those things, there is a very good, I would better to say that these you can able to try it out. You have the AI voice isolations. It's completely, if you have something of very noisy track, you have recorded, try it out. This is if you have like some noise is going on along with the voice, you have recorded any interviews, click on that AI voice isolations, it will give very good effect. Also, it not only have the isolations, you have the dialogue leveler, so you can able to optimize or the moderate level, you can able to increase the wider dynamics. This all happens with the dialogues only, and this one is for the music remixer. But these three are the AI features. Okay, I don't think this will be available into the free version. This is for the studio. So yeah, some of the greater features only you can able to get into the studio only, but rest of the things, obviously the basic things you can able to do in the free version. However, you can able to do equalizing as well. So suppose this is a male person or the female person, so this is the music and this is the voiceovers. So I have the voiceover, I cut it out based on that. So use the first person. Now here you have, you can able to change the tones, the pitches, and as well as the equalizers as well. Okay, so if you want the more bassy, you want to have the lows a bit higher, and this is your higher frequencies. So based on that you can able to equalize it. I think will be better for the in the sound department. If you want to ask Tapan Bhattacharya sir has already told you that how you can able to make those things, it's a clear in voice recording. And right after that, if you still couldn't able to have couldn't able to find out that absolute clear sound recording or voice recording, then you can able to use those other features to make it more cleaner, and I absolutely sure that it will be done. Okay, these are same features also available in Adobe Premiere also, that many of you, I have seen that you have utilized Adobe Premiere. So in the Premiere, there is also called that enhancement in the audio essential. So if you go to the Premiere, I think that everything is visible right now. So I have created that entire screen. Now you have these essential sound. Now in the essential sound, you put in clip like any of the music or video. And now once you click it, then you can able to see there is an options inside that. If you click this, not in as a music, if you click it as, because it's a music one, it's not the video. It's need to have to take the view. It will automatically detects that what kind of a track it is. Now it's a dialogue track. You can see this is the dialogue track, and with this, if you click that enhance, is basically enhanced with the AI itself. You can have the other options to changes, repair, clarity, and others, but it gives you very nice effect. So you can able to try while you are creating videos for social medias and reels and others. Okay. Now, once you have locked that, you can do that audio changes and enhancement. And here on the right side, this is the tab for your color corrections. Now in the first sessions, you have the cinematography department. So you have asked some of you like how you want to reduce a little bit of, if you have the brighter screen and all. In the post, you can able to do a little bit, but not as something that what is already out, you have crossed the zebra levels and it's completely blown out, there is no information, you cannot able to reduce. But if you have something, then definitely you can able to do through these color correction sections. Okay, this is your, you can able to see, I guess, can able to see the changes. So this is lighter form, this is the darker, getting more lighter. Yes, can anybody say the yes if you are can able to see the changes?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So I would like to tell you that very briefly, because this is a very large entire colorist doing that job based on this panel only. Okay, there is a lot of colorists working in the DaVinci Resolve, apart from that other Baselight and other software. But the thing is that it is very complex. But for your utilizations to create in the short films and others, you can able to do, this is the lift is basically your darker portions, the middle is for the gamma is for the middle tones, and the gains is for the highlights. So if you want to put some highlights down, you can able to create these highlights down. See, you can see that the places it puts the highlights down. Okay, is offset, creating the offset between the highlights and the black, both the parts. But otherwise you have the saturations. If you want to put the saturations down, you can able to do it. You have the tint and temperature. This temperature is your white balance. So first of all, you have to check that your white balance is fine or not. It means isn't it showing that completely blue light or the green light. If you want it, then you can able to change it as per your wish, that if I want this is a teal type of look I want, and then in the orange, teal and orange feel I want to have this entire shots, then it's your creative call, you can able to have it. But if you want to have these, not I want a proper white, then you have to adjust with the temperature and create the white balance fine, and then you can work on the changes of other sections, whether the dark sections or the mid sections or the brighter sections. These are three wheels are there, and along with the colors, if you want to have my mid tones, I need to be more redder, then you select in the middle. See, you can able to see this is a little dot is moving, you can able to change. So this is going towards more red, the mid section only, these are mid coloring sections, and this is going to more blue. This is the mid one. This is the lift. It means I already told you this is the black part. So if the black part wants to be red, then you can see wherever there is a black in the image, you are putting it red. And this one is, so this is basically your grading times, you require all those things. But apart from that, you, for the color corrections, you correct, you do the corrections on your light, your exposure, your contrast, and your temperature. These 3-4 things you primarily require for your color corrections. Okay, now let's get back what else remains. Now the last is, so this is the color corrections is done, and now your titling and the scripting. The titling is very nice. You have the options here. You also have the very nice options in the Premiere as well. For the title, you go to the edit and you have the options like this, so you create, this is the effects. In the effects tab, you have the media pool. This is your all for your footages and others. In this next is the effect. In the effect, you have the titles, you have the video transitions. As I told you that you can have a lot many transitions apart from your dissolve or direct cut. So suppose you want to have the additive dissolve into it. I have utilized it in the film itself. I don't know you can able to notice it or not, but this is the additive dissolve. Right now it cannot able to play because of that I have already color graded. Now as I told you, this is the step by step. If you do not lock the edit with the color correction, see my machines also cannot able to handle and cannot able to play. So it means it is the last process that you will always prefer to do. First, you make the cuts fine. See, this is the additive dissolve. If you want to have some crisscross or the diamond, you can able to see. See, I just want to see that eye from that way. And this is the transitions. Or maybe not that box, oval transitions to here. See? You have so many of the transitions you can able to use. Professionally, we don't use those too much until and unless if you are creating something which is intentionally requires some of the interesting transitions to hook the audience. Now, for the titling, you have these are the titles presets. You have the custom one and you have the basic one. You drag and drop very easily, drag and drop, put the timeline here, and you write down whatever the text you want to write. Say end credit. See, this is your single single text that you want to show. So if you put it in, if you put it on the top of any one of the visual or any shot, it's basically transparent. It's not the black or the opaque one. Okay, only the text is here. You have the position, sizing, and all things you can able to change. But this is a static one. Sometimes you need a scroll one. So like the end of your film, you want to show a scroll title. So this is your basically the scroll title. And you can able to see this is from the middle, and if you play that, it's from the bottom of the layer, it goes up and scroll. So it's basically end credits of your film. So you can able to create the film. There is a lot of options to have the different types of the titles as well. These are all the fusion titles, but you can also download. There is a lot of free plugins are also available that you can have a lot many titles in the DaVinci Resolve as well, and as well as for the Premiere also. So it is like expansions. It's only these are the basic things that you can able to work for your projects. And if you want something specialized things, then you can able to use some of the specialized motion graphics softwares like the After Effect. Here you have the Fusion itself. So it's a completely different, like this one is the Fusion. It's works with the VFX and as well as for your motion graphics altogether. Now, last part, I think this is covered. The last is for your exporting. Exporting is based on your what the platform that you want to show. If you want to give it for the like YouTube and all, this is always commonly export on H.264. This is easier on that MP4 version. So you go to the right. This is the delivery of the section. This is your delivery sections. Extreme right at the lower bottom. This is your deliver tab you can able to see. Now you can, in the deliver tab, you have to click on that. This is the file name that you want to give. This is a single clip because you want to give that entire output. Now there is a two way, this input and output or the entire timeline. See, in my timeline, I have lot many other things as well because I was working on that, but I need that this much of area I need to export. So this is basically, that's why I put it that input and output, and I have given the output to export. Okay. Now you select name. Yes. Again, Vivek, you want to say something? Okay, thank you. So now in these sections, you have to basically select that what are the formats that you want to export. See, you have the QuickTime format and there is the MP4 format. So you click on that MP4 and H.264. That creates that ideal output for the MP4. Once you select this and you check your audio is export ticked and your video is ticked, give a name that I want to give these as my say trailer, and I want to export, then click on that add to render queue. Once you have this add to render queue, once you click the render, it will create the file inside the folder that you have selected in the location. So if in the locations I have created, if I click this, is basically say start rendering. I'll replace this option. Okay, so now it start rendering. It takes 11 minutes or something. That is not required because already we have it. See, the 1% is progressed. So yes, this is your final things. Now, how different it is for the editing in reels and films. The editing films is basically your story immersions, that the immersions you want. For the reels, you need an instant engagement. So based on that, you create your short decisions, you create your the short durations, you create the cut, how you want to do it with the transitions. So that will create an instant engagement with the audiences. In the film editing, you see at a longer pacing, and the reel, you see the more faster pacing. In the film, editing is more invisible cut. You do not want to do any fancy transitions and other things, which basically gives a different effect that you are not being there in the situation. So you need to be there in the situations. Absolutely, the audience need to be there in the situation. So to create this immersive effect to the audience, you do not want to hamper the realistic things to give in something of the transitions, which is absolutely odd, but it's not happening in, in a real life. So you do not want to distract that audience because they are emotionally engaged. But in the other thing, for the reel, that is, you cannot able to engage that much in that way. So you want to create attention grabbing. So that's why you utilize more stylized cut, more you want to do something fancy, whip pan, or you do the swoosh and all these things that which will gives audience a more involved into it to have that the grab of the attentions. In the film editing, you have the smooth continuity. Whether you have the real editing, it's the intentional jump cut. The smooth continuity, it means you are going from one cut to one shot to another shot in a very smoothly. You do not have the jerk like you can if you see the movie The Breathless, you can see there is a car going on and going on for a longer time. So what happens is that the director, the Jean-Luc Godard itself, thought about to not have that whole sum of that riding. It will create a bore, to the audiences. So it creates the jump cuts. So once the sections we can able to see the jump it to the another sections, that gives you the jerk, but also creates another way of your the storytelling, which is relevant in the time of the reels. You do not go for that very smooth or the continuity flow that you want to do. Even for the interviews, you record it, you have these, you just cut it out, all those blank, and maybe there is fumbling and there is other words that you want to cut it out, and just put it right after that on a direct cut. So these are the jump cuts is now pretty much good for the reel editing. You have the film editing, this is the emotional progressions, and this is real mainly editing is go for the attention's retention. So I hope that with these the entire diagrams and entire of these demonstrations, that you can able to create a good of your short films and as well as the reels inside DaVinci Resolve and others. Let me know if you have any questions regarding this.
Any question?
No, sir.
Okay.
सर ये कलर करेक्शन और कलर ग्रेडिंग मतलब कि क्या रहेगा इसमें?
क्या रहेगा? Can you just repeat it once again? Like
सर
you want to
जैसे हम वीडियोस शूट करके करते हैं और एडिट करते हैं तो कुछ जैसे एक्सपोजर वगैरह में कलर करेक्ट कर लेते हैं
हाँ
और लेकिन कलर ग्रेडिंग तक तो हम जा ही नहीं पाते।
नहीं नहीं, जाने का कोई बात ही नहीं है। देखिए, पहला चीज ये है, कलर करेक्शन पहले होता है, ये इज द फर्स्ट स्टेप। कलर ग्रेडिंग सेकंड स्टेप। ग्रेडिंग इट मींस ऑफ यू आर क्रिएटिंग अ डिफरेंट ग्रेड्स बेस्ड ऑन योर मूड एंड टाइमिंग। सपोज मैं बताता हूँ, आपने शॉट लिया है नाइट का, वो आपको उसी तरीके से लग रहा है, आप ब्लूइश नहीं चाह रहे, ठीक है, आप ब्लूइश चाह रहे हैं, तो इन दैट केस यू आर डूइंग ग्रेडिंग। फर्स्ट थिंग इज दैट योर करेक्शन, इट मींस जो गलती हुआ है आपसे शूट करने के टाइम, आपने ज्यादा एक्सपोजर ले लिया या फिर आपने ये ब्लैक डार्क हो गया तो उसको थोड़ा सा बैलेंस आउट करना। तो इमेज में जो ब्राइटर पोर्शन है और डार्कर पोर्शन है, इसको अगर प्रॉपरली आप करेक्टेड वे कर लिए तो दिस इज द फर्स्ट स्टेप। ये करेक्शन करने के बाद आता है आपका मूड के हिसाब से आप ग्रेडिंग करते हैं। तो अगर आप चाहते हैं कि ये मेरा किचन है, but I don't want to have this white, okay, I want to make it yellow so that it looks like the recipe is more delicious and others, ये आपका कलर थियरी के हिसाब से आपका मूड चेंजेस करेगा। तो बेस्ड ऑन दैट द ग्रेडिंग हैपेंस। ओके
ओके सर। सर कैन यू सजेस्ट सम प्लगइन्स?
प्लगइन्स for the
Plugins
transition?
for transitions like Pruler I, so many plugins.
There is two companies are there, the Topaz is there, Red Giant is one of the highest one, the Maxon company. Okay, that you have the Red Giant, you can download the Red Giant. There is a lot of plugins are available, so from the denoise, from the color corrections and many other things, from the film look, everything you can able to have it, but it's a paid software. These are all paid plugin. Even for the pluralize as well, that basically requires for your syncing audio with the video that you want to, you have the video recorded in your camera, but it has a basic audio and you want to now syncing with the professional that you have recorded into the boom or maybe a lapel, that you want to sync it without manual interventions. By the software you can able to do it. So that is pluralize. So these are all kind of a thing, all kind of a softwares are being like plugins are available in the Red Giant company itself, which is very good. Any more questions?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Anybody else?
और किसी का कोई क्वेश्चन है?
सर कैप्शंस का रहता है, कैप्शंस में बहुत टाइम लगता है अगर कैप्शन देने लग जाए मैनुअली।
मैनुअली कैप्शंस ये दाविंची रिजॉल्व में देना नहीं होता है, मैं आपको दिखा देता हूँ, ये वेरी सिंपल है। ये आपको दिख रहा है क्या? आई थिंक आई हैव शेयर्ड इट।
सर मैं प्रीमियर प्रो यूज करता हूँ सर।
प्रीमियर प्रो में आपको उसमें भी ऑटोमेटिक है, इसमें भी आपको एआई वाला बेस्ड मिलेगा। इफ यू हैव दिस वन, से सिलेक्ट, say you have this track and you create this,
बेसिकली सर हिंदी हिंदी उसमें ज्यादा कैप्शन, हिंदी कैप्शन प्रॉब्लमेटिक है।
नहीं, हिंदी कैप्शन का प्रॉब्लम ये है क्योंकि उसमें क्या है, आपको जो एआई है वो एग्जैक्टली कैप्चर नहीं कर पाता है, बट फॉर द इंग्लिश यू कैन हैव द ट्रांसक्रिप्शंस एज वेल। this is actually generated one, you can able to see like with the audio, it is not written by hand.
ओके सर, ओके सर।
See, these are all, it's complete. Whenever you have the audio track and there is a voice, it can able to detect the English as a language, then it will generate this caption automatically. Now you can able to burn in this caption into the video. The same similar you have in the Premiere as well. You have these options of creating captions. So you go to here, view, and then you have the text options, this one. So you see, this is the caption. Now create captions from the transcript and now create a new track of this.
Sir, this option will not appear the version of 2019.
Yeah, maybe because that is pretty old. You need to have, see, there is a lot of AI implementations in every edit software. I better to say, not only that, I think the only left is the open source softwares, but otherwise all those paid softwares are heavily invested and heavily giving you all the AI features, and these are all the AI features. Very easy to use, very useful to do it very quickly, things you want to do. So
Sir,
for that,
currently, lot of API is using crack version of Adobe.
You can, you can able to do it, but for that reason, I don't think the AI will functions better. But in terms, crack is not, obviously this is not the legal ways to work on. So always better that you use the trial version or use the full version. Buy that paid one, or if not, then I think this is the DaVinci Resolve is the best one, because this is the free version. You give the all kind of facilities that you want to do in the edit software.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? If
सर मोशन ग्राफिक्स नहीं यूज कर पाते ज्यादा हम वीडियोस में.
मोशन ग्राफिक्स एक्चुअली एक कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट जॉब ही है. मोशन ग्राफिक आर्टिस्ट होते हैं और उनके लिए प्रीमियर नहीं है, ये एडिटर के लिए होता है. मोशन ग्राफिक्स स्पेशली इट्स अ स्पेशलाइज्ड फॉर्म, इट्स अ डिफरेंट जॉब व्हिच इज डन इन द सॉफ्टवेयर ऑफ आफ्टर इफेक्ट. सो इफ यू लर्न द आफ्टर इफेक्ट, तो उसके लिए आप मोशन ग्राफिक्स कर पाएंगे फॉर श्योर.
और सर एडोब प्रीमियर प्रो में हम 3D फाइल इंपोर्ट कर पाते हैं.
3D file in terms of .3D edit files that you can able to import. It's only the movie files, text files, image files that you can able to import.
ओके सर. ओके.
Yeah.
और किसी का कोई प्रश्न है? नहीं? तो आज का सेशन हम लोग यहीं समाप्त करते हैं. And I would like to thank all the 4 resource persons from SRFTI, Professor Indranil Mukherjee, Professor Siladit Sanyal, Professor Tapan Bhattacharya, and Professor Subhasis Vishwas. Additionally, I would like to thank Professor Sakat S. Ray and above all VC sir for providing these resources for this workshop. So a big thanks to all of you for this enlightening and wonderful workshop. And we will contact you once again for more hands-on sessions on video editing and all that, script writing and everything. So
thank you so much.
Thank you so much. APR is kindly remain connected for 1 more minute.
Sure.
Okay, sir.
And all other persons may kindly leave this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.